Ain't that serious though.
It's hard out here. It gets hard for everyone. And this is not a process where if you don't get $100 million off the government, you're not successful. It was never that. It was all a scam. It was all a fraud. You're never going to get $100 million off the government. That will never happen. Even if the documents are legit, they're not fucking cashing you out $100 million. Regardless of how legitimate you think it is, just look at the reality of it. Why would the government cash you out $100 million? The thing, being modest has gone completely out the window. What do you think is going to happen when the judge sees our documents versus what you see on social media today? Because I'm gonna tell you this, unless any of them can prove that they got professionals that says, yeah, they're correct, I would stay far away from them. Because no matter how you look at it, it's all the variation of the same sovereign citizen. So it doesn't matter how it's titled, it doesn't matter how it's styled, no, it doesn't matter if you reject the title of a sovereign citizen. If you submitted a process or done a process with that intent, you are doing a sovereign citizen process, whether you knew it or not. This email was sent earlier today.
Okay, I'm almost wasted and my drip is on a spaceship. One more sip, yes, I can taste it. Come to my exact location. I'm so tired of my probation, doing time for real vacation. I just toasted this occasion to give myself standing ovation. What I'm drinking, that brown, that white, up with the bar surge. That ass is attractive like a magnet. I never dodged her. Why drink my problems away? And that alcohol is my sponsor, and I will indulge it to the point of death. That's only if my heart hurts, cause relationships never last, and being faithful is a thing of the past. Everybody's only after one thing, both sexes can relate to that. Can we place a bed when I hit it from the back? Get your face in my pillow when I palm on your ass. Yeah, I graduated from the bottom of my class, now I'm sitting at the top, you see the bottom of my glass. We can keep talking, I know this won't last.
At the end of the university, you will know and learn how to put your own legit legal claims together. That's going to be the biggest thing. So you won't ever have, there's no better feeling than already knowing what to do. There's no better feeling than having multiple points of attack. There's no better feeling that knowing that when you send that document off to them, there's nothing they can say. There's no better feeling by taking their own words and language and using it against them.
You're rocking with the best.
There's no better feeling than being 100% control of your own domain. There is no better feeling. Not only to know, yeah, you may be charging me this amount on the contract, but this is not what I really owe. And then being able to say, see, look, this is how y'all account for it. There's just no better feeling. And how to maneuver and apply these claims to a legal, sufficient, legal claim in court. Knowing how to evidence this and knowing how to maneuver in court, knowing that you can prove this in court.
Blazer out of spaceship.
Hey, yo, Carter, you going crazy. Hey, run that shit up, Chase.
This shit Jalo and gimme. Down on her knees. My pockets on sugar. Whipping it, whipping. My bitch cooking like silly. Run it up, run it up. My weed color purple. Got me stuck to the ceiling. Straight to the moon. I order up dope. Yeah. She don't cut, she just send it. Watch out for whip. Finesse the niggas, watch it shake. How many? 100 pies, watch it bake. What's that? Package dropping off the route. Okay. Candy spraying like it's mace. I pull
You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late nights, cheap coffee, highlighting on every page he copied. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teacher, build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
You're rocking with the best.
Who's the man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time to start a teacher. He can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Judge starts seeing what he already knew. Time to start the teacher. Build it off from broken pieces. Read the codes, the words got clearer. Found the cracks and closed the leaks in every form, each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my steady leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. No cap, no down, no.
You're rocking with the best.
But he wrote every page. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Turn those late night scrolls in research into freedom, into defense. When they ask who shapes the future, who we call when things get deeper, we just point and say our leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Started with a stack of bills. Now he's signing better deals.
You're
From the
rocking
back
with the
row to the
best.
speaker. Time to start the teacher's teacher.
But they were in his classes. They didn't even know. They had to Google it while we was live. So you're teaching people about Forms 1099B and none of them knows the regulations that govern them? But as soon as I bring it out, now people want to start reading the regulations. I swear to God, when I say I'm your teacher's teacher, I'm your teacher's teacher. The question is, if all these gurus on social media got the sauce, why aren't they attracting professionals? Professionals in those fields where they could come back and be like, yeah, what he's saying is absolutely right. None of them got professionals behind them, so it's all a theory. It's a belief system. That's all it is. They ain't got no professional they could be like, yo, you're right. None of them. They give a damn about what, someone on TikTok and social media.
It is that I want to tell the class and whoever that's listening is that if you pay attention to the things that he teaches in this class and start taking notes, do your homework. You know, he can only lead a horse to water, but he can't make it drink. You have to drink yourself. Missed 85% of the classes and stuff, but I had the core things and the core principles down, and I read whatever he put out there. I throw it on my iPad and just start scrolling and reading.
Who securitize their contracts or receivables don't know credit acceptance agrees to settle. All of
take the deal.
They say you can't win. Time is read the fine print, smile. Say, watch this, then watch this. They had that paper, thought the game was over. He pull receipts out, drop the photo on the table. Every call,
You're rocking with the best.
Judge looking sideways, bank looking unstable. They tried pressure, he chose pressure back. He did the homework, they just ran the same track. In that gold lavender, you could feel it turn when they whispered in the corner. You could smell that burn. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had them circle back for quiet submission. Except we settle when the truth got loud. Now the online guru gotta show it now. Praise a new culture empire. Say it from the soul. Supreme elite team turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name when you speak that truth.
You're rocking with the
Just
best.
accept your fate. He built the case up, brick by brick, no haste. Zoom screen froze when the lawyer saw the file. Emails on display, all that just in case style. He ain't flex on, just to calm, alright. When they slid papers, he said numbers not right. Walked out lighter, they walked out tight. Whole play flip in a Tuesday live. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had him circle back for quiet submission.
You're rocking with the best.
Got loud, now the online ghouls gotta show wins now. Where's the new culture empire? Say it from the soul. Supreme elite team turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name when you speak that truth. Yeah, talk.
Got my teacher teaching. Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late nights, cheap coffee, highlight ink on every page he copied. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start a teacher, build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secrets. When they ask who wrote the feature, who's the man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time and started teachers teaching. Yeah, he could turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Judge starts seeing what he already knew. Time to start to teach.
You're rocking with the best.
Read the codes, the words got clearer. Found the cracks and closed the leaks in every form, each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my steady leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. No cat, no gun, no gun, no gun. Just a small hometown, but he wrote every page he earned. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it.
Hi, I'm Jim Bullock. Ever wonder why so many pro se litigants lose in court? It's simple, ridiculous, and stupid. They refuse to follow the rules.
What did you say? What did you say? Because pro se litigants, they don't think the rules apply to them. They think that how they see it, and they can just do whatever they want, and the judge's supposed to just agree with them because they're right. What did you say again, sir?
To follow the rules.
They what?
No, they refuse to follow the rules.
What?
They refuse to follow the rules.
What?
They refuse to follow the rules.
Okay.
No judge in this country is going to rule against his colleague and fellow bar member. We can easily and legitimately rule against you because you have failed to follow the rules of court, especially when they're available online for anyone to read and understand.
When have you ever not made a payment since July 1st, but yet they're reporting the account as current, meaning they're not going to report negatively. Let's focus on that for a second. Let's just figure out ways. Let's just figure it out. How is this mathematically? You don't gotta know what's going on, because even the thing that's so good about using common sense is that you may not know what's going on, but the universe and Father God is going to attract you to the people that actually know, instead of the people that's trying to scam you.
That's what I know.
The vapor money theory states that any debt based upon a loan of credit rather than legal tender is unenforceable. This was argued in Johnson versus Deutsche Bank. This theory has been consistently rejected by federal courts as frivolous and insufficient to withstand a motion to dismiss. But these are the same things that they will tell you to send to the company. This is why they don't ever want you to go to court with it. They all want to administrative claim your ass to death. This is why they stay away from courts. All the plaintiff's claims are based in whole or in part on this frivolous theory, and they are therefore subject to dismissal.
The only dispute he appears to have is that a few paragraphs here, he does not agree with the fact that by virtue of defendant's default and breach, the entire balance of the account is now due, and these statements were attached, that the contract and or monthly statements are written instruments, evidence indebtedness with a specified interest rate, and that he disputes whether or not it's account.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch.
Welcome to today's live stream, brought to you by the New Culture Empire and the Supreme Elite Team. In this live stream, we uncover the latest development in Thomas' lawsuit against Credit Acceptance Corporation.
You're rocking with the best.
Got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, they can't claim. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in the symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought so, okay. Yeah. Run it up, running it bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global brand. It's bang. Fresh white tee, chrome on the rim. Big body slide, whole back looks slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last L to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, said say let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't sit, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, running bang bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global. Ooh, ooh, expand, blue, 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 blue.
Yes, sir.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Welcome to another explosive live today. Now, we're going to be here for a while. It's Saturday night. It's a storm brewing. So if y'all not East Coast, Midwest, bundle up. Bundle up. Because it's about to be a doozy out there. But today, we have some groundbreaking news. Now, I think I said going into 2026, we was going all gas, no brakes, and we wasn't letting our foots off the gas. Well, 2026, we are starting out with a bang. We planted the seeds in 2025. Now, 2026, we are all actions. We're not online talking. I'm going to get into what happened on TikTok last night. But, you know, as we navigate through these spaces, what did I say to y'all? What did I say to all y'all? What I said was 2026 is going to begin the same way they ended 2025. All talking, posting everything they do every 5 seconds. Every document they put together, they posting it. And they just keep posting it. And I noticed one thing. Why do these gurus always post documents that they just filed? Now, like, I can see if you're going over it in your class and y'all, see how this document measure up to what we was going over. Okay. But it's like they're posting documents that they just filed. And it's like they're like, do they want somebody to come contest? Do they want somebody to see if they know what they're talking about? Because there's this person on Facebook, I won't name her name. She's taking on a client's mortgage. And she said, reading the mortgage, I found this. But when they're posting, one thing that they're never posting, they're posting from books they read, they posted from documents they found on Scrib. But one thing that they're not posting is actual court cases that are validating what they're saying. But then I noticed, there's a glare here, y'all. They're posting the documents they just filed. But then when it comes to the finality of the case, they don't ever want to tell you the case. They don't ever want to tell you the outcomes. They all say that they won. They all say that they won, but they never want to show you the order. They don't want to show you the settlement. They all say they won. Oh, I won that. Show us. If you are a teacher and you are advertising or you're leading people, it's just like any other service that people want to gain clients. You advertise. You gotta you advertise your wins. You advertise for your losses. Do you take that to your group and say, hey, we got to tighten up? But one thing that I've noticed, everybody is just posting documents they just filed. And everybody is just telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you it goes like this. They give you a statute to read. You type up the statute. You're literally telling them, yo, this says it doesn't apply. Oh, no. You're not listening. You're not. I'm literally reading the statute you just told me to look up. And it's literally not saying what you're saying. Oh, no. See, you're not paying attention. Oh, you're not listening yet. See, all those gaslighting, filibustering tactics that they use, because one thing that I'm going to tell you, when I or the Supreme Elite team comes in your lives, everyone gets defensive. When I come into your live, everyone's mode gets thrown off. Because one thing, y'all, and I want to warn the people, they're only used to everybody just agreeing to what they're saying. No questioning, no, hey, yo, dig a little more. Let me get some context. Because, you know, I'm really trying to follow you here, and you may teach me something. I'm not above learning. But one thing that I've always noticed is in 2026, they still don't like to be questioned, and they still don't like to have to explain themselves. It's like they don't like to explain themselves. So before we get there, I just want to tell everybody that this has been a 22-month journey, 16 months of dedication, hard work, and research in preparing my lawsuit. And I can come to you on good authority today. I can come to you on good authority today to tell you that we have reached a settlement in the credit acceptance matter. The details will remain confidential. You'll never hear me talk about the details publicly, but I am here to tell you today that we have reached a settlement in the matter in order to prevent, so I don't have to continue with my lawsuit. We have reached a settlement. I will tell you this, because I'm not going to get into all the details because it's being formalized as we speak. We're going to meet. We're going to sign the settlement agreement. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a non-disclosure in there somewhere, which is cool because I have no problems with that. But one thing that I can tell you is that everything that I teach, everything that I advocate for, everything that I stand on, everything that I can defend, everything that I put in court papers, it has resulted in the same outcomes in which a lot of people want today. A vehicle that you legally are not responsible for or don't have to pay anymore, in a vehicle in which you do not have to satisfy the outstanding balance as related to the contract. My understanding and my teachings have saved me upwards of $45,000. And legal title, free and clear, is definitely part of the settlement. So it's not about what you want out of this. It's not about which, I mean, of course, we all want some don't have to pay for. We get all that. But when I say there's already a set way, there's already a legal standard to anything that you're trying to do. When I say it, I don't care if you don't like it. But at this point, you just have to accept that my way is the right way. The way I teach it is the right way. When you are going up against these attorneys, these companies, one thing that you got to understand, these attorneys are not stupid. Actually, the attorney that they hire is very qualified. And he is a hell of a litigator. And he is a dog too. And the way that me and him were communicating back and forth, but you'll see little snippets of our emails. It goes to show that the preparation, the time, through the years that I put in this, I am now on the level of a top litigator when it comes to financing and lawsuits regarding that. I'm on their level. We're not even going to act like it's not. But even more important than me is that my Supreme Elite Team University, in which a lot of what I use in my credit acceptance case will be incorporated in the curriculum, is going to put everybody else on that level. So you will start to be in control of your own domain, and you won't have to worry about someone telling you what to do step after step after step. This is not where, you get fed a little bit of information, then you got to come back for more. No, because these gurus want you to remain reliant on them so you can continue to pay them. Now, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to care what I'm saying. You don't have to like it. But what better way of leading the people than using yourself as an example? What better way to be a living example of what you teach, what you stand for, what you advocate? What better way of being a leading example in this new wave of pro se litigants than the teacher to step out there himself? And that's more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
If I would have lost or that case would have got thrown out, I can hear I can hear it. Now, we're going to get into a little snippet of my private Supreme Elite Team group that I host on Telegram, in which we go over the sauce that you will never get in any other class, teachings, space. You will not get in anywhere else besides that group, unless you are in a professional setting. That's the only way you're going to get it. If you're not in a professional setting, you're not going to find what I teach out here. Want to know why? Because a lot of information and stuff I employ comes from people that worked in the highest levels of it. So the average person is not even going to know exists. You get what I'm saying? It's a tad bit. But before we get into that, let's do a check-in. Let's go. Let's check in in the comments. City, age, where your city, your age, and where you calling from. Let's get the check-in. Let's get a 30-second check. I want to see you all's in here, man. Get a little check-in. Like, share the stream. Oh. Get it. Check in. The check in. Where you calling from? Where you be? Where you at? What we got up in here? Oh, we go to the top. Drama news. Here for the drama. Damn, let's get it. MCC up. Run it. Tony. Let's get it. MCC up again. Yes, sir. One day at a time. Yes, sir. Ali, we are live. Damn. Back again. What's up, y'all? Famous nobodies in the building. I was blocked by a few people on IG and TikTok, all capping. Of course. He says no actual evidence, just BS paperwork. Like clockwork, Tony. Facts. He said they'll get mad when questioned. Past the freedom, prime example. Hey, shout out to Tamika for just being persistent. All I can say about that. As they should remain confidential. Yes, sir. Tapping in. All right.
We just tripping right the head block. Weeds coming in a glass jar. The trappers moving like a NASCAR. Blessings coming from the trap guards. Britches chopping like a hacksaw. Run through the money and push. You can just see us cooking. Master B, I got the hookup. We're laying no cuts like a hooker. We waiting on wax like a taxi.
Okay.
You're rocking with the best.
Okay. So the first part of this stream, we're going to have it a little. I'm going to take y'all a deep dive into the Supreme Elite Team, which is a private group. Yes, there is a lifetime membership fee that you have to pay to be in the group. It is what it is. There's no real house rules in that group. The only thing about that group is class participation. Everybody knows coming through the door. If your class participation drops, you may be subject to a little suspension and continues, because I ain't got time to play around. See, most people think, oh, I paid you so I could do whatever I want. No, I don't care if you pay me $1,000. There's still rules that you have to follow. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They think that what you pay, like you could just break the rules, like you're bigger than the rules, like you're bigger than the group. Nobody is bigger than the group. So for the people that were banned from the group, that I banned, the people that were banned, please know that they were banned because they I gave them a year, and their class appearance did not meet the standards, so they were banned. And I do have a refund policy for the group. So if there's a reason where you end up, let's say you joined for 7 classes, and you say, nah, this ain't, I don't think this is too much for me. You will be charged $250 per class you attended, because you actually received the benefit of my hard work and effort in putting these classes together. So you'll be charged $250 a class, could be way more, and whatever the balance is, I'll just send it back to you, Cash App, Zelle, however you want to do it. So that's how that goes. But if anybody's saying that Thomas is going to just take your money and kick you out, which I don't even think that makes sense. You could continue to listen to him, but one thing that I do know is everybody wants to talk about me in all these other different ways instead of what I teach. You notice they all dance around that topic. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. You notice that, right? Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. So without further ado, let's get it. This email was sent earlier today. 1 second, y'all. If you don't know, credit acceptance agrees to settle.
Congratulations, big guy. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, boy.
Congratulations.
Congrats, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Very proud.
Congrats, man, on the scalp.
But listen, Cat, real talk, man. I don't know why you didn't. I don't know why you didn't already know this.
I had a long talk with the lawyer today. I had a long earlier. That's what I'm saying. This is like 10, 11 in the morning. That's why I didn't. We was going over the hashing about, me, the notice of withdrawing the entry, the fault of entry. And I told him, I said, listen, man, let me just talk to you for a second. I'm not a man that kicks a dog while it's down. I'm not here to blow up the scene. I'm not here. And you know what's so crazy? I can't say it's true. I really can't say it's true or not. I don't know. I can't confirm it, but I actually think credit acceptance was like, and I told her, I said, listen, man, tell credit acceptance this. Listen, man, no one's here. I'm not the last thing I want to do is have this long drawn out in court and have a bunch of copycat filings. That's what I told him. Like, that's the last thing I want. A lot of people, when they get in this position, they can't see any beyond anything but their immediate situation. They look at, a big money grab. I can fight for it all the way to the end. I can do this. I can do that. This is an opportunity for me. And I said, I'm not that type of guy. Like, I already told you, like, where we can meet in the middle at. And it's generous and it's very reasonable. I laid it down. I said, credit acceptance, there's that. Like, I told the lawyer, I said, listen, man, the reason why I don't want to drag this out longer, because I believe that I'm kind of the one that's actually getting in the way of their real defense.
Yes.
Rosen Law Firm. He's like, yeah, I heard they have, and I said,
Yes, that's very true. The Rosen Law Firm has just filed another class action lawsuit against them, and another law firm is investigating them as we speak. So they're getting hit from all sides. What makes my case with them so unique is that the arguments that I raised were the equivalent of what class action lawsuits would raise against them. It wasn't the typical consumer law, UCC law claims. It was actually top investor-like claims. So the claims that I raised, it's hard for them to fight and combat those without exposing themselves on the back end with their other lawsuits. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like on a rock in a hard spot. So that's why this conversation, you're hearing that. Oh, y'all don't leave. Oh, there should be no reason for anyone to leave. I mean, what more do y'all want from people? You know what? I'm starting to think that many people just follow you if they like you. I mean, I done got mortgage receipts, auto receipts, IRS receipts, debt buyer receipts, case law receipts. Oh, no, I'm talking about all the stuff I can show. And it's like, it's still not good enough. Like, what's good enough? Like, just let me know what what do I have to do? It's like everybody mad at me. Why people get mad at me? Because I lead with receipts and don't lead with just do this, do that. Why does it seem like people mad at me? Don't be mad at me. I ain't do nothing to y'all. Shit. I know I'm that thorn in the side to credit acceptance right now because, and of course I could have took advantage of that and said, no, we're not doing no settlements. We're going all the way to trial, and then they would have been exposed on the end. Then it would have opened up. It would have opened up a can of words, but it just and you got to still remember, this is still one of the biggest, if not one of the world's largest finance companies, even though they say they're not a finance company or indirect auto lender. You got to understand that sometimes instead of trying to fight the system, sometimes understanding your position in the system and capitalizing on that, it kind of does you better than the actual results that you see. Because I'm be honest with you, one thing that I've noticed throughout my journey with this, the outcomes that I thought I was looking for was never really the outcomes that I actually needed to have and could benefit from. Once again, the system is bigger than our individual debts. It's bigger. It's a whole bigger picture going on out there. And the system is going to come out on top regardless. The system is going to come out on top. They are going to win way more than what they lose. They're going to win way more than what they lose. Do you think credit acceptance is going to do this for the next person? Do you think it's going to happen again? Absolutely not. And part of understanding this stuff, y'all, is you have to protect them as well in order for you to get what you want. That is something that I wish a lot of pro se litigants will understand. It's not about exposing a grand scheme. No, because want to know why? When you come that hard, you're going to put the judge in a tight spot. And the judge is not going to face the backlash behind the scenes for their rulings when you fly too close to the sun. So this is when you set yourself up for being railroaded and having these adverse rulings against you because you're flying too close to the sun. Yes, with this stuff that I'm teach privately, it's not used to expose a grand scheme. Leverage negotiations. You don't want to put yourself in a position where the whole system can collapse because of your filings. They are not going, the system is going to win in the end. Banks don't loan money. It doesn't matter how they get it. It's not going to stop the way they do it. And this is why I say You have to look at the bigger picture and step outside of your own singular case so you can make a more objective approach to it. Yes, protecting them in the process is part of the game. And this is why I know these social media gurus, they have no clue on how the game goes. You have to protect them in some way. That's just how it goes. Even when we review these law reports, these law reviews, and they give in the game, you notice that they're wording things differently. They're not coming out and just saying it. They're talking around. You have to protect the system at the same time. It's a balance. There ain't no question, no doubt. That's not even enough of discussion. If you go any other way, you're going to find yourself at the ass end of the stick. You have to protect them as well. And I'm talking about from a legal standpoint. You have to learn how to protect them. Another thing that went good in my favor, and which we talked about today, is everything that I filed, which me and the lawyer talked about, and that RICO talking claims, you might as well rip it up and throw it in the shredder. That's definitely flying too close to the sun. Not the fact that you're saying RICO. Do you know the elements that you even got to go through to prove it? Like you know how much research that you got to go through to prove criminal liability, and not just they violated my Constitution acts, color of law. No, they are going to make it so hard for you to get through. And let's just say that you got everything down pat. Guess what? You're not going to trial anyway. You're going to settle anyway. You're not going to, you're not even going to refuse the offer that they make you not to go to trial. You're never going to refuse it. Anyway. So let's just, you got to tone it down. Know when to stick, know when to tone. When you got the knife to their neck and they like, all right, don't keep pushing, fall back. It's called legal warfare. You got to have grace even with legal warfare. This is a practice amongst all attorneys. One on this side, they're at war, but they still have that professional grace towards each other. That's how, and when even as pro se, when you come at them with that mindset, like on a professional level, number one, they're going to respect you more. Number two, they're going to be more willing to work with you. When you come out with a RICO and you violated this and the UTT and you did this and you're going to jail and you did this and fee schedules and you owe me $500,000, they're just going to. He did say that's one of the strong considerations that they were considering, that I was paying on my auto contract on time, even though I already knew what all this was going on, and I was still paying. Now, this is the part where it gets a little tricky in these spaces. The way I look at it is, if you can, even if you find out they're doing BS, I would still pay during the whole process of until get to the lawsuits. I would still pay because it actually shows equity and good faith when you're in, and that actually is going to go a long way into negotiations. It's actually going to go a long way. I don't believe in the mindset, oh, I found out you frauded, so I'm not going to pay anymore. Because if you want to raise a breach of contract, like they always like to say, the ones who's bringing a breach of contract has to fulfill their obligations the whole time, regardless if the other side hasn't. So once you stop paying because you feel they breached the contract and then you stop paying, then your breach of contract argument falls in a legal court setting. That, hey, listen, everything that I'm telling you is from a legal court professional level. It's no feelings. It's not what I saw online. It's not for no private citizen American trust group. Everything I'm doing it from a court lens, court rules, court procedures, court precedents. So maybe I'm on a different page than a lot of people because I deal with practical law, no pseudo legal law, no common law, no equity. I deal with practical everyday laws that everyday attorneys use. And a lot of people say it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You don't use their statutes. You don't use their codes. Hey, you be the judge. I believe it works just fine. I believe the American justice system, civil system works just fine. Now, there may be some little holes, cracks in it, but no system is perfect. And newsflash, court is not made to be 100% fair. Court is not 100% fair. But how do I know this? Because 20 years of dealing with the court system, the in-court experience. Like most of these teachers don't even know what voir dire jury instructions are. They don't even know what they are. They don't even know how to strike a jury correctly. They don't even know how to legally object. They don't know how to lay a foundation for their line of questioning. But they're teachers. Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits while you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. I can lay it down from the time you make a down payment, from the time they close and what they're doing. I can lay it all down. But the thing about that is laying it all down to what end? What is the end goal that you are looking for? If your end goal is I want to keep this property without paying for it. The equity side of that situation, you're gonna have to, all that stuff is weighed in. All of it's weighed in. Another thing that was being weighed in, but okay, before we continue, I do want to comment on this part. So when I was talking to my class and I said that you could bring up the accounting, you could bring up securitization, to what end? Court works differently from a lot of way people think. I'm just going to tell you, court works totally different. Court is not, oh, accounting and securitization, chain of title. You want to know why those cases fall? Prime example, from a court case off the top of my head, a borrower cannot use the accounting as a legal defense because the accounting for the transaction is only for financial reporting purposes. Oh, a borrower cannot use lack of chain of assignment from a securitization as a legal defense because the borrower is not a party to the securitization agreement. I mean, there's court cases all over the world. So when you come with accounting, securitization, and that's your legal defense, you're going to fail. And that is what I'm trying to say. Your legal defenses and your legal vehicles in which you bring those claims are totally separate from just saying accounting and securitization. The accounting and the securitization, as I mentioned all throughout my filings, was only used to support my legal cause of action. It wasn't my legal cause of action itself. It was used to support my legal cause of action. That is a difference that only top professional lawyers know. Hell, shoot, he knows about that. Not really hard to release them from the contract. You get what I'm saying? Like, these are things that, and so when me personally, when I was uncovering this stuff, I don't ever do this stuff for the sole purpose of, yeah, I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I uncover this stuff for the sole purpose just to be like, hey, come on, man. Like, I paid $10,077 on that. Come on, man. We are try to tax you as much as I can because many people lose out trying to look at situations like this as money grabs. Like you're trying to lightweight extort them. Yes. Yes. these fee schedule claims and these demands for release for $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, it's not from a legal, reasonable standpoint. A lot of people base those monetary amounts because of their financial situations. I'm not getting on them for wanting $1 million. I mean, who wouldn't? But when you're in professional legal litigations, you have to. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You have to be reasonable. Let them overshoot. Let them say, all right, you threw a number out there. Like me, I threw a number out there for the settlement. I threw a number out there. The number was so reasonable. If they want to overshoot, let them overshoot. But taking all facts and circumstances as in the totality of the case, I thought that was a legitimate reason. It's not hitting their pockets to a. It's legit. It's perfect. If they want to overshoot, if they want to be like, nah, we'll agree to this. Let them do it. Remember, we're not talking like injuries or major stuff. I mean, we're talking contract instruments, transactions. And you also got to look at the fact that your position is always going to be stronger when you come in as the plaintiff, when you raise certain claims. The claims that I raise, you cannot raise them as a defendant. You cannot 100% all of them. You could use certain elements of it. But when you're the defendant, as I teach in my group, we sit back in the cut and lay traps. Prime example, besides my case, every year, every other my clients' cases that started in 2025, which are still ongoing, coming into 2026, they were the defendants. Every single one of them had a complaint filed against them. Every single one of them complaints asked for a judgment. Once we responded to the complaint, every single case went to civil pretrial. They didn't get the judgment.
You're rocking with the best.
And then January 5th, Velocity tried to move for summary judgment on my client. What a coinkydink, because I was moving for summary judgment myself. They were just a week. They beat me to the punch a week ahead. So they filed it. I finished my summary judgment motion January 12th. I didn't know they already filed it January 5th. Do you know that the judge from January 5th until they went to court on the 22nd, January 5th to the 22nd, the judge didn't rule on a motion for summary judgment. However, the judge made them respond to our motion for summary judgment. So even when they attempt to move for summary judgment, which was 3 months down the line, even when they attempt to move for summary judgment, the way I teach, the professionalism in it, the case law, the precedents, it's always going to be hard for the judge to give them a judgment on their pleadings. But if you look all across the landscape with these sovereign citizen teachers, the other side are getting judgment on the pleadings. With me, at least, we get into the next stage. You ain't about to get this judgment on the space right here. We get into this next stage because I take what they value the most. I take their biggest shield and I invalidate it. I could have lightweight extorted them. I mean, I could have said, nope, I want to, but I understand it's the biggest system going on. Your intent, your spirit, the way you approach this stuff, all that stuff has a lot to do with your outcomes. I know, hey, listen, I'm not God. I'm not here to judge people's spirits and intent. Hey, that's not my thing. I'm not God. But I do tell you that your inner spirit and intent, you can't separate that from this. You can't separate it. Even in times where it gets tough, it gets hard, shit is kicking your ass. I'm telling you, you have to weather the storm. Remember, this is 22 months ongoing with these people. This started
let me say, about March 1st, 2024. This whole journey started.
But I got the contract February 29th. So the very next day, and this is how it started. I was in the house, I was looking over the contract, and I said, read it through it again. Then I started reading, and then I looked at the arbitration clause. I started reading, I said, now I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. I started calculating the finance charge and the interest. I'm like, these numbers are off. And it started from there. I investigated them for 16 months before I filed the lawsuit, paying during that time. Although sporadically, I was sending them letters like, yo, there's some serious issues with this, still paying, because I'm bringing a suit. I don't want to give them no reason to duck it or try to come take my vehicle during the process. So I'm still paying. 16 months of investigation till I filed the lawsuit. From the time I filed the lawsuit to the attorney made the appearance, as soon as he made the appearance, after we spoke before he made the appearance, settlement. They don't even need to respond to my complaint. There's no need.
You got to understand that sometimes instead of I already knew what all this was going on and I was still paying. Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits.
Oh, and another thing about this is sometimes in life, you're going to have to let go in order to let in. There's some instances, and we try to save our homes. We want to save our hard-earned possessions. But sometimes you're going to have to learn how to depart. Because if you're real confident on you're going to get them on the back end, I'm telling you, some things, I always tell people, I don't know why people want to make me their last choice. Everybody wants to be their own attorney first, try this. Everybody wants to go to this person because they said they was going to get them out the debt by submitting this document. Everybody want to try here. So after you got like 3 or 4 people you got to work on your case, now people want to come to me with 3 or 4 different arguments, just all convoluted, just all over the place. I'm like, hey, Thomas, I need you to fix all this. People don't want to make me their first choice. They want to take the quick, fast, easy route first or do it themselves because they want to save money. But they always end up double back and talking about, damn, I wish I would have known you. I wish I would have went with you first. The quick, fast, easy route is going to be enticing to 98% of the people. And most people it's not like they want the results fast. It's like they need the results fast. Like they need you to do something that's going to stop them from taking my home in a week. Like that's not even realistic. There's no way anyone can operate under that, trying to put people under that pressure. There's no way, especially if you already filed stuff on the record and the judge denied. You see what I'm saying? Like you're making it harder and harder and harder for people to adequately assist you. And this is why, no matter what, I always hop on not being desperate in my group. Because when you become desperate, you make decisions that are not in your best interest, and they actually do more damage to you than good in the moment. But when you're in a desperate state of mind, you're not thinking objectively. When you're emotionally attached to the situation, you're not thinking objectively. No matter what's going on around you, the system is going to stay the way it is. The court process is going to play out the way it is. The court proceedings are going to play out how they always go. And they're not going to speed it up or give you favoritism just because you need to keep your house or your vehicle in the moment. The court system is the court system, and feelings and emotions have no business inside of a courtroom. You're going to learn the easy way or you're going to learn the hard way.
Why you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. That they're ever going to come at the time you need it. This is why I separate what I really want from the work that's needed. This is why I separate the things that I mean, we all know what we really want, but the system operates on its own time. Do you know how many times I dealt with sending them letters and just kind of, hey, y'all, hey, man, yeah, we need to talk about these things. And I got met with complete silence. Do you know how many times I said that I got met with complete silence? But the thing about being met with complete silence can do some things to some people. Because if we're not firm in our foundations, being met with complete silence can mess with someone's psyche or their confidence. Or they can use that as fuel and keep pushing. Don't matter if you remain silent or not. I'm standing on what I'm saying and I know it's true. And in my spirit, I know it's true. I know it's true.
You're rocking with the best.
100% facts. I don't need the finance company to validate what I'm saying is true. I don't need an attorney to validate what I'm saying is true, because all they've done is just confirm it. Once you know it here, wisdom, discernment, and understanding, use those pillars. The pillars that you use to build your foundation on. Remember, I never went to law school. I never went to legal school or nothing. All self-taught. So I didn't have the benefits of law school to guide my decision-making and understanding and interpretation. I use what we all have. Wisdom, discernment, and understanding. Does this feel right? Start questioning the question. Hold on. So I have a secret account with $100 billion in it. And everybody else has it. But it's somewhat a secret. But if they give one person $100 billion, they got to give everybody else $100 billion. Better yet, since the banks are in cahoots with them, why don't the banks just tap into your secret account, hit it for the principal and interest, and then just let you go with the house? Because they lose money when they got to foreclose. They got to pay expenses. They got to kick back to the investors every month you go without paying. They got to spend money on getting it sold, appraised. They lose money because the highest bidder may not even be. Remember, when they sell them, highest bidder. So if the contract, you still owe $500,000, but the highest bidder is $250,000, that's it. Contractually, they lost $250,000. It's more a headache for a bank to foreclose. So this whole talk, well, they already got the money from the treasury, but they want to make you pay again. And this is what I mean. Without no legal experience, wisdom, understanding, discernment. Hold on. Logically, that doesn't make sense. Because if I'm a bank, why would I want to deal with the headache of foreclosure on you or worry about you got to pay me back or not for the next 30 years? Why don't just tap into your account? I get the principal, I get the interest, and let you go about your way. You see, when I started asking those questions and they started to dance around that question or just go back to a belief system type answer, that's when I knew this space is shady. And you don't have to be a professional just to even think like that. Like, hold on. That don't make sense. Y'all know how the saying goes, 9 times out of 10, if it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. If it sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true. There is never one singular document that anyone can ever file that's going to get you out of your debt. That document is going to be in a series in the totality of the events taken in. It's never, there is no magical document that exists. The sooner people understand that, the sooner people will start approaching this stuff from a realistic standpoint. Your belief systems, how you think it goes, the system works totally opposite. Hey, listen, I'm telling you this from a professional standpoint, not my opinion. Listen, I have conversations. I done converse with people who reach the top levels of this stuff. This ain't an opinion. This is an absolute fact. In my spirit before any professional confirmed it. There is no process that is going to remove the thunderstorms that we're going to have to go through. I done dealt with all the stuff that some of y'all may be experiencing now. They're not answering the questions. They're not addressing the core issues. I've been there, done that. There is no system, y'all, where you submit a document and they just let you go. The only way that they're going to settle is you have to go all the way to the edge and stand on your square 100% and can't be wrong in any assertion, because that first wrong that you are really at, they're going to not take you serious and they're going to fight you tooth and nail to the end. And they're going to throw curveballs at you. That June 20th, let me tell you this. Before we get to that, yes, you have to be 100% spot on with your arguments. Every argument that you raise, you have to be 100% spot on. My original complaint was 90 pages, not counting the attachments. I couldn't have been wrong on one argument. And that's one of the things of being pro se, going up against these multi-billion-dollar corporations. You have to be 100% correct on everything. Not 50, not 70, not 80, not 90. You have to be 100% spot on every claim. That's the only way they're going to respect you. And no, they're not going to settle unless it's in their best interest to do so. In their best interest to do so, you have nothing to do with that. Your documents can influence the situation, but if they still want to fight, they're going to fight. But from a business and legal standpoint, they're weighing the pros and cons. Your job is to make sure that the cons of them fighting outweighs the pros. I sent them, and I sent the law. And guess what? Although I was engaging in good faith, I never let them butter me up to the point where I was getting off my square, because I sent, you know what I had? My amended motion to strike the arbitration clause, in which they got a good brunt of it yesterday, that I sent the credit acceptance. One of the biggest hurdles that 99% of pro se litigants can never get past.
You're rocking with the best.
The arbitration clause. And that was one of the things that we talked about on the phone. Actually, he already, in an email to me, he already said, I know you're going to fight against it. Invalidating the arbitration clause, like I did, is the gateway to a settlement with them. I'm not telling you anything that's wrong here. Many people do not know how to get around the arbitration clause. And then there's nuances with that. because each state law has their own different rules. Some states, you're not going to be able to get around the arbitration clause. Other states, you can get around the arbitration clause. But even in the states where you can't get around the arbitration clause, you can still get around the arbitration clause. There's always a back door. And this is the stuff I teach privately.
I told them, hey, regardless of his good, hey, lawyer Jeffrey, I like you, man. I told him to find somebody. I like you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. You cool. I like you, man. I like you, man. They couldn't hire.
He is a very good. I like that guy. That guy is very cool. I like that guy. Like on a personal level, I like that guy. I like the attorney that they hired. I really like that guy. Like I really like. Hey, very decent man. Facts.
I'm not gonna lie. I thank God they hired him as a lawyer, man. That dude has been nothing but cool to me, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some lawyers, they try to run over top of you. That lawyer, Jeffrey, he's been cool as hell. Keeping me up to date, let me know what the position every 5 seconds, no blindsided, because me and him, when I first talked to her, I said, listen here, man, I operate in good faith. I know you on the other side, but let's operate in good faith, man. We just good faith dealers. I'm coming with clean hands. I'm not trying to, pull the curtain all the way back on them. Let's just want to know my position. He said, man, I totally agree, man. Like, same here, man. Like, I appreciate you. They appreciated that I was willing to operate with them in good faith. Not for real. He's talking about credit acceptance. They say they appreciate that. That's credit that they appreciate that I was willing to operate in good faith and not try to put the dagger through them. Nah, because there's no need. There's no need.
I told my group like a few classes ago, I don't even feel like going to trial. If you was in that class when I said that, go ahead and comment in the chat. You want to know why I said that? I proved my point already. I think I already made my point. Like, I don't even want to continue to keep going. I don't even want to go to trial anymore. So if they wanted to settle, I'm going to settle because I proved my point. There's no point.
I told you, there's no need to put the dagger in them when you don't have to. We have investigated your question. I'm happy to find our findings. We have reviewed the allegations in your letter to the various statutes you reference and determined they are inapplicable. Right there. Let me just say this. I'm just talking to the mindset. If you're not firm in your foundation, if you're not firm in your convictions, you're not being led by your inner spirit, you would start to second guessing what you studied was right or wrong. Many people indirectly seek the other side to validate whether they're right.
Yep. I said it and I'm standing on it. Too many pro se state nationals do this. All these people online, they secretly seek the other side to validate them. Why? Because look at their reactions when they don't tell them what they want to hear. They get mad and upset. You want to know what that getting mad and upset really means? It's a projection because their foundation is shaky and they start second guessing themselves. And they thought that if they knew that I knew this, they would just let it go, because most of these people, they don't have legal stamina. They got just enough to send their first set of documents. When it don't get dismissed right there, you see it in court all the time. They always want to dismiss, challenge jurisdiction, dismiss. As soon as it doesn't happen, they run out of gas. They have nothing left. They don't know how to take it to discovery. They don't know how to take it to pretrial. They don't know how to federal rules of evidence. They don't know how to go through the different stages. They run out of gas. And as soon as they run out of gas, the desperation kicks in. Now they're back to the sovereign citizen filings. It's the same with all of them. And what does that highlight? Your foundation. 98% of people in these spaces have no foundation. They think they got a foundation, but they don't really got a foundation.
Many people actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever to validate if they're right or wrong. The inner spirit and your inner conviction, that's the only validation that I need. What feels right? And this is why I say we got to strip that other stuff that they was telling you. You got to remove it and build your foundation on solid ground, because once you do that, you are going to know if this is right or if is it not.
I spent 5 full years building my initial foundation. 5 years. See, a lot of people think I just popped up out of nowhere. And I kind of did from 2022. But what a lot of people don't understand is I'm not like the rest of these online people. You know, they don't ever have a backstory. You ever really talk to your gurus? What's your story? Ask them what their story is. How did you get into this? What group did you start off in? What's your guru's story? Because they all have the same ones. I was a student in this group. I saw the teacher making money off this. I went and started my own channel from studying the stuff my guru was teaching me. And I built a following, and now I'm teaching. But if you really ask them, how long have you been studying the right things? Most people, I've been doing this for 10 years, 15 years. You could be doing it for 50 years. Have you been studying correctly? And if you haven't been studying correctly, you're still on square one 15, 20 years later. And it's evident on the responses that they get. You notice they don't ever want to show their court results. Or when they do show it, it's skewed, or the little wins that they get, it's a little $200 credit card debt. It could be any other reasons. I'm talking about autos, mortgage, big boy crap. I'm talking about the big boy stuff. I don't see a result in sight.
Does this apply or does this not apply? This was a curveball letter. And no, I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, I knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I did not need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance.
Oh,
a big money grab. Ooh.
Oh, sorry, y'all. My bad.
That lawyer, Jeffrey, he's been.
Hold on, we get into it.
Actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, I knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I did not.
That's the ex-SEC attorney that reviewed my complaint and said it was spot on. 27 years at the SEC, number 2 or 3 on the totem pole, decorated career. He's the ones, like, when they show up, these finance companies settle and pay the fine.
I need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? And when I read that, I said, okay, if that's what they want to stick to, that's all I said. Okay. That's it? That's it? You ain't got more? Okay.
To be clear, you signed.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. He says, every guru should be giving you props for selling the case with credit acceptance to let their people know it has been done recently. Bro, let me tell you this. This is what an old head told me about these spaces. These spaces are filled with haters. They are the national Moors, redemption, sovereign, state, national. All of them are haters. Because they know the arguments that they make, they've been making them for 40 years, so they know they're not getting nowhere. It's nothing worse for these people to see a person getting results that are so totally different than what they believe. Because it's basically saying everything you know, everything you think you know, everything you think how the system goes, you've been wrong. And since it's now become a belief system to them, ain't no way somebody is going to tell them their belief is wrong. Oh, this is not anything factual that they can point to, because everything that they try to use as facts to support, it's always saying the opposite of what they're saying. This is a belief system to them. They believe it goes like this or it should go like this. These spaces are filled with haters. They don't want to see you with results that's different from the way they think about getting it. If I would have told them I got it through the color of law 42 USC 1983, they'd be like, oh, what you found? Oh, you did that? Oh, yeah. See, I know. Oh, I'd have gave them hope. But when I said everything that you're talking about is wrong, it's not going to get you no results, I did it this way. Oh, by the way, here's my results. They hate to hear it and they hate to see it. In these spaces, it's reverse. Showing receipts in this spaces is a taboo. Nobody wants to really see a receipt because everybody has a certain belief on how it should go. And there's a certain thrill about chasing it, hoping to get there. So when you see someone that reached the mountaintop and settled with a multi-billion-dollar company, one of the largest auto lenders in the world, one of the world's largest multi-billions, settled with them pro se, that was totally different from what they believe, they hate it. They'll never give you my props because they are haters. And it's not the fact that they hating me. They're hating the reality that my situation brings. My situation basically tells them you've been wrong the whole time.
Signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay, that confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, oh. I was going to proceed regardless. Like and this is what
Watch this.
Like and this is what in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, oh. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said, credit acceptance. To be clear, you signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan.
I know. That's what I told y'all. So the arguments I was going to use, I said, you know, I can, by the statute, I can use this because my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Why the hell would you say that? Okay, if that's what y'all, okay.
That's when I knew. I said, okay, That confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, okay. Do they not know they made my point? Like they and this is what oh man. They don't know like, yo, this is exactly what I'm going to tell the courts that my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Like this is evidence against you. And yes, y'all, they don't make these rulings and agree to settle. They consult the attorney, they consult other advice, they consult the
when they agree to settle, it goes from it's the president, the CEO, the COO, that little board office. They meet with the representative for the investors, and then they make the decision. Remember, I sent my proposal to them 24 hours, they agreed.
You're rocking with the best.
They was actually hoping I would want to settle. I sent them a proposal. What I required to make this for me to stop pursuing. They agreed 24 hours later.
Investors, they consult the corporations, and then they all come to. It's not just no. All right, they're gonna look at the case. They're gonna look at all angles. Well, do we have him here? Yeah, we got him here. Okay, yeah, we ain't gonna settle. We gonna hit him here. Oh, do we have him here? Well, how can we get around the arbitration? Well,
y'all, what have you known people to get them to not even want to pursue arbitration because they know your arguments against the arbitration clause after you've already signed the contract, agreeing to the arbitration clause, and still coming back and saying, so what? And then saying, okay, let's table the arbitration now, since we're going to be settling here. Just name a guru. Just name them. This stuff should be so easy to do. Everybody should be getting settlements left and right, just so. Because the way I look at it, I'm the only one who's got a settlement. No one else has got one on this magnitude. And we're not talking about a little $4,000 or $5,000 car. Talking about upwards 50, 60,000. It ain't no little piece of shit car I got either. It's a GLE 350. I actually got two now. But still, you get the point. With the settlement, what means with the Supreme Elite team, I don't know if these gurus or people watching and knowing, but it goes to show that we are the standard. The new culture empire is the standard. We're the standard. Anything less than what we do is uncivil. We're the standard. If you're not approaching these people in a way that what we do over here, you have no chance of winning. You have no chance. I'm telling you, but not from a braggadocious standpoint, from a legal standpoint. Remember, everything I'm saying now is from a legal standpoint. You have no chance of winning. I already know what they're going to do. They're going to argue the chain of title. They're going to argue securitization. They're going to argue all that shit, UCC9. They're going to argue all this. It was split title. The note was split for the more. They're going to argue. I already know what they're going to argue. I think they're gonna argue all that, and you're still going to get your case thrown out. So that lady on Facebook that was taking on her clients for their mortgage, guess what she posted about something she researched about the split title, the note from the title, and this and that, and the note was detached from the deed of trust and the securitization. And I said, yo, you about to walk yourself right into a trap. You want to know why? Because people don't realize they update the laws. The deed of trust, whether the note was separated from not, doesn't even matter anymore. So that's a little doctrine that the judges came up with to slow down the floodgates of these finance companies losing. See, that's the problem. The deed, and that's what she was fixated on. The deed of trust can be separated from the note. It's not really a big deal. That's what they're going to tell you in court. Want to know why? Because I've read plenty of court cases where all multiple different judges saying the same thing. See, everything I say, I can show black and white. When I'm talking an opinion, I'll give you the disclaimer. This is what I think. So, and what is everybody online? Chain of title. I'm telling you, bring up accounting and securitization as your legal defense in court. Watch what happens to you. And if you don't want to listen to me, the judge is really going to tell you. No, because the statutes that he cited, it's going to be hard for y'all to get around it. And then he brought up y'all internal operations. You know, you can't deny that here because you got an open case over there. You know what I'm saying? Like all these conversations they're having behind the scenes. When credit acceptance agree, or any corporation, this is why I watch a lot of corporate movies, corporate document, any corporations that agrees to settle, it always comes from the tip of the top. Right. And I'm not gonna lie, I truly believe kind of pushing for the settlement too, because that was the only thing me and Mr. was trying to get out there. Look, let's just settle, man. Tell credit. He said, all right. The first conversation said, all right, I think we should. Of course, I don't want to. It's not my job to expose the system, and I'm not going to expose the system on a broad scale. Want to know why? Because anytime you try to expose the system on a broad scale, it has an adverse effect in what you think it's going to do. Because many people who want to expose the system are only thinking about themselves in their own singular situation. I have foresight that I know this is bigger than me. This is bigger than my contract. This is bigger than their securitization operation. The whole world revolves around this function on how they operate with financing. Without this system, their functions on the secondary market, none of us will get access to credit. Go ahead, expose the system, shut it down. Now you got it. Now what you gonna do? But they're not thinking that far because they're so tied up in their singular case. Go ahead, just pay for everything outright now. Y'all, the system is undefeated and the system will remain undefeated. I don't care about how much courage you got. Get the word out. Let's do it. You're never going to beat the system. You could sit there and virtue signal with your pom-poms and yell and type online. Yeah, they can't do this. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. They can't do this. Courts ain't got jurisdiction. State courts are fraud. Madison versus Murdoch. They didn't do this. UCC, Supreme Law of the Land. You can. All frivolous gibberish that sounds like it belongs on a legal document. It's just words stringed together. That's all it is. It has no legal validity from a legal standpoint, not a common law equity belief system standpoint. From I told you, I do everything legal from the legal side of the courts, the practical law, court rules, civil procedures, case law, precedents, case laws from the 21st century on up. Not the 18th, 19th century. Not talking about driving, citing case laws. Talking about for a driving situation where cars weren't even on the road at the time the case came out. Yo, the misinterpretation, the misquoting, misinterpretations. Because how does everybody have the same misinterpretations? Because everybody's reading from the same script. Very select few will get access to credit.
And you talking about a $49 billion a week. That's just on the mortgage side alone. You talking about $16 trillion a day on the secondary market dealing with these transactions. What the hell do you think any of us is going to stop in that regard? Nothing. But you got these sovereigns online. They swear they're going to be the second coming of Christ to expose it and bring it all down. Okay, you expose the system. You top of the system. What's next? So you got to keep that in mind. Like, even once again, this is why I did it the way I did it. Anytime you bring up these stuff like my lawsuit, anytime you file it, you don't file it just because it's a defense you came up with. The communication is supposed to start with them behind the scenes, and then you come in as the plaintiff and you file it with court, and then you try to resolve it. Court is the placeholder to preserve your claims, but you always aim to resolve it. There you go.
You're rocking with the best.
That is how the professionals do it. You know, Lamar, why you always talk about professionals? You want to know why? Because I look at the professionals, they're the only ones that seem to be winning. I look at the lawyers that work for these finance companies, they always seem to win. Finance companies winning way more than they lose. And I looked at the professionals that worked in that field, and I was like, I don't have no legal background in like court law, court cases. I went to college for business management and applied science. So it taught us how to apply different metrics and look at things from a different angle and just don't go off the first answer. That's one thing my professor said. Like, we don't just go, oh, we see it, all right, go. Nah, we dissect it, break it down. What does it mean? Put it in multiple situations. So I used that background. And of course, we just use common sense. So I said, who am I going to follow? Who am I going to chip away and study from? The people that always seems to win, the people that conduct these multi-billion-dollar transactions, the people that actually work in this field, or a social media group online where the guru is just telling you what to do. Social media posts online, or social media teacher, or the actual professionals that work in this field. Social media guru, the professionals that work in the field. Social media guru, the professional that work in the field. You know, come on, man. It was a no-brainer. Because they was getting scared when they didn't hear from me for a week that I was willing to go all the way to the box, and they did not want to go to the box. He was excited as hell when I called him yesterday. Oh man, thanks for calling. I said, oh yeah, y'all got into the spam for some reason. I just happened to check my spam. I didn't. He sent the email, formally let me know he was making an appearance on the case on the 15th. I didn't even know he sent the email until I checked my spam to delete it. But before I delete the spam, I always scroll and read and make sure and I seen it. Set on credit acceptance. I said, whoa, what the hell are you doing here? Click that. Oh, the attorney finally reached out. Let me call him. Got the ball rolling right there. You sent it. He's like, oh, okay. All right, thank you for reaching out to me, man. Start talking about my background a little bit. His background, what school he went to. That conversation with. Hey, the government ain't going for none of that sovereign citizen stuff. They're not going for not. You can't even get a sentence out in court with that stuff. As soon as you start the script, they're gonna shut you down. Federal, why I think they always talk about state court or traffic court. They are never, they are owing like $500,000 in federal courts with these claims. But they always want to seem to take the case to federal court, and they all get dismissed for failure to state a claim. And he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed, yes, when you owe money from credit cards, the lawyers always try to settle. Exactly. They're, hey, you owe this, but we'll accept the reduced amount here. So we know, like,
Come on now. That's part of the game. Settlement is everyone's friend. Settling is everyone's friend. Everybody benefits from settling. Especially if you're pro se, you benefit the most of settling. It saves you. Bam, you good. You ain't got to keep going. You may make a procedural mistake. They got it for them. They ain't got to spend money. They ain't got to expose. Everybody wins in the settlement. What's wrong? Why does everybody want to just be the exposer? Because it's nothing but pride and ego that's motivated through their wicked spirits. 98% of these teachers and these people in these spaces have wicked spirits. That sovereign citizen community, there's nothing positive about it. It's all a scam. It's always to get something for nothing. Parasites on the country, frivolous violence. There's nothing. What do they teach you that's positive? Take a $1 money order, scratch it off, and put $27,000 to pay your bill. Filing frivolous tax returns, filing nonsensical court filings. What is so positive about the sovereign citizen movement? What's so positive about it? Nothing. I typed it. I don't care if they're on the other side. I'm going to try to build a line. 1 second. Build a relationship. I have to build a relationship with him. That's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right. He's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the... You could say what you want about me, right? But one thing that you can't say, my ability to attract and network with professionals in this field and what I teach has been unmatched. There hasn't been any other guru, that can actually say they have linked up with professionals. They know people that know the professionals that work, and they got access to these professionals. I started this stuff with just me. And now I have professionals that I have attracted, that I've spoken to. The recent professional is the one who processes the payments to the investors for Fannie Mae. Who processes the payments. I had a 15-minute conversation with him. He said, yo, you are absolutely right. Because I asked him a key question. I said, it's like that, ain't it? He was like, you are absolutely right. So when you default in a mortgage, guess who knows how it goes? Guess who knows how it goes? Behind the scenes. What happens before a foreclosure starts? Guess who knows? Do I work for Fannie Mae? Nope. Do I haven't been hired by them? Nope. But we attract professionals on our team. Why do we attract professionals? Because of the content of what I teach. What I teach attracts professionals, because only people with a professional mindset and a practical mindset is going to attract to me. If you are in a desperate mindset, you're looking for a quick fix, you want to get millions of dollars out the government, you're not from the United States, all that sovereign citizens repel away from me. The sovereign citizens, patriot, national, they can't stand me. Want to know why? Because when I challenge them, they only have their belief systems. But what makes it worse, they don't know enough about my lane to even challenge me, because they're closed mind. They don't study nothing outside of what they believe. If they don't believe it, they don't study it. This is why everyone in the sovereign citizen community is on a hamster wheel. Even their responses to being called a sovereign citizen is nothing but passed down literature. Do you know what they told people in the early 90s what to say when you got called a sovereign citizen? They told them to say, sovereign citizen, what? There's no such thing.
Oh, sovereign citizen, that's illegal. Or sovereign citizen, that's an oxymoron. Or sovereign citizen, there's no such thing as a sovereign and a citizen. Ask a sovereign citizen today. Tell a sovereign citizen they're one. What they're going to respond. There's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. There's no such. You can't be a sovereign and a citizen, or sovereign citizen is illegal. Want to know when you're dealing with a sovereign citizen? Call them a sovereign citizen and watch how they respond. Nobody gets called a sovereign citizen unless they're saying the buzzwords that most people who admitted that they're see, this is the part that they don't understand. When I call people a sovereign citizen, the reason why I'm doing it is because I listen to you ramble for 5 minutes. Haven't made logic hasn't made one appearance. Ain't making no appearance in 5 minutes of your ramblings. Right? Everything you just said, I can find it in a case. I can find it in literature from people who actually admitted, like, I am a sovereign citizen. You are saying the exact same things they're saying. But what you're saying is supposed to be different now because you don't like the name. And yes, they used to put out bulletins say, y'all, we're going to stop using the word sovereign citizen. It's getting a bad rep in the court. So if they call you a sovereign citizen, you start saying this. Tell anyone they're a sovereign citizen today, I guarantee you on my soul, they're going to say there's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. It's illegal. You can't be sovereign and a citizen. That's their only thing. But ask them, what makes you not a sovereign citizen from your documents of what you said, where the people who actually admitted to it, stood on that shit, said and filed 40 years ago. You're filing the same things and the variations of it. So what makes you not one? See, they don't even understand the ideology. I know more about their sovereign citizen origins than them because I studied these people. The Southern Poverty, the Southern Law Review studied them. Colleges studied them. They are a case study. I know how everything that they do. All their documents dating back from the late 80s, early 90s. What you see today in 2026 is nothing but a different variation of it. It's all the same. Private discharge bond, private promissory, bonded promissory, all that stuff is old. They already tried it. They already found it in the courts. Affidavits of truth, fee schedules, the maxim. We don't respond with motions and pleadings. We respond with notices and affidavits. UCC is common law. How can the UCC be common law when every state has adopted its own UCCs in its statutes? So the UCC is actually statutory law. And this is the problem when you just jump on the bandwagon because it sounds good instead of doing the research into the things that you want to partake in. And I can tell because I trick them up all the time when I talk to them. I know these sovereign citizens, they'll ramble on a lot, but they don't really know shit. They don't know shit. These sovereign citizens don't know nothing. They don't know shit. They cite in court cases from 1968 that's already been overturned. The Credit River case, y'all. Remember the Credit River case, John Daly, 1968, the promissory note, that the case was discharged because the John Daly, I think that's his name, didn't get consideration. And the sovereign citizens like, look, that case right there. What did forensics law on TikTok cite yesterday? The 1968 case. What did the lady on forensics law cite yesterday? The John Daly case, the 1968 case. This is the one case law she cited. I told her to provide case law. She didn't want to provide case law that supports her positions under Title 42. So she cited the John Daly case. Let's take a ride on the wild side. 1 second. I'm not trying to lose what we got going on, but let's just look up the John Daly case because all the sovereign citizens like to cite it. It's the Credit River decision. And it has the links. Right. Look, y'all. Scribd. Look, Scribd. And yes, 98% of these gurus go on Scrib, download those documents, and then come back and post it like they just came up with it. They get the documents, they reverse it, they revamp it, they come post it. Scrib is 98% of these gurus. That's where they go get their learnings and teachings from. Scrib. Scrib is a sovereign citizen haven. The 1968 Credit River decision, First National Bank of Montgomery versus Jerome Daly, okay, I had his name wrong, was a Minnesota Justice Court case where the judge, Martin Mahoney, ruled that a bank's creation of money through bookkeeping entries, fractional reserve banking, did not constitute lawful consideration for a mortgage, rendering it void. And that is why the sovereign citizens want to use that case, because that ruling, it fits their whole profile, right? Now, key details. Jerome Daly defended against a foreclosure by First National Bank of Montgomery by arguing the bank created the loan money out of the thin air via credit entries rather than lawful money. This is 1968, y'all. And they're still saying the same thing today. The ruling, Justice Mahoney agreed, holding that the mortgage was null and void because no lawful money or consideration was provided. Significance and controversy. The ruling challenged the Federal Reserve System's legitimacy. However, this was a low-level justice of the peace court's decision, and it is not considered a binding legal precedent. Judge Mahoney died shortly after the ruling, and the case was not appealed, allowing it to stand in that specific instance, though it has been widely dismissed by legal professionals as a sovereign citizen style argument. Now, let me tell you this. No court today is ever going to recognize that as a legal defense.
How should I style the
No court today is going to go into court and try to cite that case and watch what happens. No court today is going to recognize a legal defense.
background a little bit, his background, what school he went to, that conversation with, and he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed, what I typed, I don't care if they're on the other side. I'm going to try to build a line of build a relationship. I have to build a relationship.
Hey,
man, you got it.
Hey, man, you already know what it is, man. Hey, your what was it, Fannie Mae or Guinea Mae, Freddie Mac, friend? I forgot his name. Whatever he worked for. I want to see, if you can, beloved, if you can line us up for 15 minutes where I want to see if he can just come in and give about 10-15 minutes of insight. When I start the Supreme Elite Team University. No more than like 10 minutes, no more than like 10-15 minutes. If not, we can just, me and him can meet privately, but I want to have him just as a special guest to see if that's possible.
All right, I'll reach out to him and see.
Just see what's the parameters, what I need to do, what he don't want, was anything that'll make him comfortable.
Right, most definitely. I gave you his number, didn't I?
Oh, you gave me his number?
Yeah. Nigga. He told me to give you his number. Let me make sure I did.
Oh, hold on. If you hold on.
Yeah.
He told you. Oh, he did say give me. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yes, sir. I see it right now. He did say give you my number and his bet.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, still, man. Still reach out to him. Tell him I'll do this.
Yeah, most definitely do that.
Yeah, reach out to him first, and then afterwards we'll reach out together, because I want to bring you in too, because you know your expertise as well. You get what I'm saying? Like, so reach out to him still first. Right.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, at first I was like, damn, I thought I sent the number over.
Nah, I appreciate it, but I still feel, you talk to him. I don't want to talk to him off the break with that. You talk to him first, and then we can implement, we can merge together and reconvene again.
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Hey, I will have that. It's not a manifesto, but you know, about the mortgage and stuff that we talked about.
Yeah.
I have some put together. I'm going to send it to you. You keep a copy and forward the other copy to him and let me know what he thinks.
All right, bet.
Bet. I appreciate you, broski.
Yeah, you already know.
All right.
You're rocking with the best.
IT works for Fannie Mae. Works with the mortgage-backed security side of it. Oh, he did say, tell him, give him my number. Hey, yo, Supreme Elite Team, new culture empire.
You're rocking with the best.
Got another lawyer, 10 years law experience out of Georgetown. Got another lawyer. Because I told you, I'm networking with all professionals. Because these people work in this stuff. I'm going to soak up any information that they have, any knowledge. And I feel confident for me and my students that any information that I bring to you, my research skills is impeccable. So I'm already going to know a lot of this stuff. But if I can get insight from people that work like this, he works in a power position. He knows how all the little intricate insights that you got to be on. See, prime example, hooking up with people who works on the inside. See, he has inside stuff that I wouldn't know because I don't work for them. So we conversing on how the payments go, what happens in defaults from the internal side, not the study of law, UCCs, the internal. I mean, we process these payment side.
You're rocking with the best.
I mean, what more else do you want? That's the other one. That's the SEC one. That's the SEC Connect. That's the other one. This one works for Fannie Mae. Work like they the one that processes the payments on the back end to the investors and collects the payments from the borrowers and this and what they do in case of default, how it goes, boom, like the internal side of it. Not just the reading the books, study online, which is good, but actually people that work on the inside. That's what we was talking about him there. I forgot he told me to give him his number. As a matter of fact, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to give him a ring.
Your call has been forwarded to...
Woo! Try again.
Your call has been
Voicemail. Catch him later. Get 2 times. I ain't blow your phone up. But yeah. Perfect. And we had such a brilliant, we went over oh man. And I let him talk for a good 8 minutes. He broke it down to me exactly what happens at the time of default, exactly how the payments, the payment streams, how the payment streams goes there. And then he confirmed what I said, because I was like, thank you for giving me the back end insight on it, because I knew it kind of went this way, but thank you for confirming it. So now I got my research studies angle, and then I got the ones who actually works for him angle. Put that together. Can you imagine what type of lawsuit? If I have to bring a lawsuit, it's more like, and that's the thing, even with credit acceptance, I knew a lot of their inside internal stuff. I didn't file with the lawsuit. I sent it to them. I know how the internal models work, because
That's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right. He's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails.
Now, let's take 15, 30 seconds and let's see if everybody can share the screen, share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the screen.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes barred with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field to play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking, no pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a rebel. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle watch the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicker, she gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it litty, cut a check for a quick. No pressure, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes barred with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field to play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure, I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog, while the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm, and tell the niggas come and eat. I got a kiss in my hand, can't tell me I ain't no peace. Lady counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Told you, they hate when you have results. They only want to see you with results is if they like you. 90% of people in these TikTok groups, Facebook groups, they trauma bond. Nobody has reached the mountaintop. Not the teachers, not the students. Hell, the teacher at least got to reach the mountaintop first so we can help the students on how to reach the mountaintops. But this is where look, I told you, your results don't mean nothing to these people unless it's in a way in which the sovereign citizens. Now, the analytics says I had quite a few people in here because I got people from external browsers, the cloud watchers. And one thing I've noticed, as soon as this email came, many people just leave. Why do people leave when receipts are shown? I thought people would be happy. I mean, I put all this time in. I put this work in. I'm able to keep a Mercedes-Benz. Don't have to pay the rest of the 40, 50,000 on it. About to get the title lien removed, the title. No admission of guilt on both sides, because that was part of my stipulations. No admission of guilt. Got a confidential monetary settlement coming on next week that I won't disclose. Actually, I won't disclose none of the terms of the settlement once it's in writing. Went toe-to-toe with a multi-billion-dollar finance company, pro se by myself. The mountaintop is where a lot of these gurus want to get to. They post every day online trying to keep people engaged. Like they'll make a post talking about the next steps, talking about a class coming up. They'll make a post talking about what you should do. I'll make a post just dropping shit like this. And then like everybody scatters like roaches. I didn't know for most people this was a trauma bond section where everybody getting railroad, everybody in forward, everybody going through something. So it's like we are trauma bonding together. But when someone rises up from amongst the people and says, I'm going to take on these people by myself and I'm going to take on them in a professional way on their playing field, and I'm going to come out on top, that doesn't even get respected. That doesn't get respected. It doesn't even get respected, y'all. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the notice of withdrawal? Like, how should I style it? Let me know. I want your thoughts. Cause I'm like, motion as a notice, like, what's up with the rules? So he reached out to his colleagues and then they came back with the style for me. The opposing side, we was working together the whole time to get this resolved. Wait. Sovereign citizens run with receipts are shown because they think it's a bill. Oh, man. Stop it. It was nice speaking to you this morning. Thank you for your agreement to a waiver of service. We will file the attached waiver document either today or tomorrow. I spoke with my Virginia colleague who advised that a withdrawal of the plaintiff's request for entry of default is likely the appropriate document to file with the court to withdraw. If you could file that with the court, that would be great. Lastly, I conveyed your settlement proposal to credit acceptance. I hope to have a response to you on that soon. Okay. Hey, yo, style it like this. I looked at, I researched, I said, oh, yeah, that's cool. So you'll see in the section entitled Truth of Lender Disclosures, you finance 22, 72846 at 23.99%. I'm like,
They
and
funny as hell.
Man, they giving
but
you
that's
the
the thing though. Yeah, that's my whole point. You're just giving me more ammo, and this is more the reason why I didn't take it serious. I didn't get mad, but most people will get mad. They'll get mad because they're not telling them they're right, or they're not rolling over and playing dead. Most people would have been, all right, huh? Do you know that most people's response letter would have been so threatening, and you did this, or you violate this, or you violate this, or Rico. And now do you see why these people online don't ever get to these type of settlements? Look what they're doing. They're threatening Rico. That they're, oh, you're violating this and the Constitution and Rico. They're too aggressive. They're coming at these people too aggressive to the no finesse. These people have no finesse. Corporations like, I ain't working with you. Forget you. They're too aggressive. Everything's a Title 18 criminal charges.
and then they wonder why they will never reach any settlements of any nature, of any kind, any variation. I was
Back to
coming
that
at these
foundation
people.
that you talk about. They don't study, they don't put in the time, the effort, the dedication. They're not obsessed with the process or nothing. They just see what they want,
Right,
like you say, and they're not even firm in the
right,
found. They don't even want to verify if what they're even arguing is right. They just
right.
yeah.
Not to mention they're loud and wrong. That makes it even worse. You're loud and you're wrong.
Confident ignorance.
Ignorance. But once again, when I say you got to somewhat be a gatekeeper and protect the system at the same time when you're doing this, exactly what I did. Y'all, I protected credit accept. Credit acceptors felt comfortable doing this with me because they know I was willing to protect them. Y'all get that? You get what I'm saying? They knew I
Definitely.
was willing not to expose them even further. I said, that's not my angle. You got my word. Let them know that's not my angle. That's not what I'm trying to do. And if we can resolve this outside of court, I will be open to any negotiation. I will be open to any and all of it. That's the last thing I want to do. He said, man, I appreciate that, man. Because, sometimes I get some people and they just want to. I say, nah, I already know. I already know. I already know. That's not what I'm at because I understand the big. Y'all get what I say? It's a bigger picture.
Yeah, your
Yeah, I get what I'm
intentions are
saying.
there.
Right. It's a bigger picture.
It's like a puzzle, absolutely.
Right. It's not about just my day.
That's the equivalent of never trying to outshine the master. You never try to aim to expose them. You will never win that way.
In my situation, it's a whole system out there that's going to prevail regardless. So why would I try to
$49 billion a week in transactions through mortgage-backed securities takes place. $19 trillion a day in transactions takes place on the secondary market regarding our mortgage and autos. Do you really think you're going to stop something? Do you really think you're going to stop something?
topple it when it's going to come out on top anyway? This is when you start to get to the railroading. When you start to put the judge in a tight spot where they got to rule against you. You get what I'm saying?
Most definitely, absolutely.
You get what I'm saying? You get
Ramifications,
what I'm saying?
restatements, overturning
Right,
rulings, like
right,
it's like everybody could get affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody gets affected by that. You trying to expose them because of your one anecdotal case. Everybody's going to feel the brunt of you getting your one singular win by you exposing the system. It's not, oh, I'm free. Yeah. Everybody's going to feel the effects of it. And this is why 98% of people in these spaces are not going to come across this knowledge because number one, they don't know how to handle it. And number two, they don't even have the mindset to deal with it.
All right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
Right,
Lamont,
that's what I'm saying.
is letting them know that's actually letting a legal mind know that hey, this guy
Yeah,
here this guy got some like I'm saying really integrity. And you said you
right.
coming with clean hands
That's
and
all it is.
integrity.
That's what it is. That's
All
what it
this.
is. That's
Absolutely,
what it is.
100%, bro.
That's what it is. It's about
Because I filed a motion to seal some of the filings, and some of the filings is not even on the docket. Yeah. I filed a motion to seal some of them. Yeah, please seal this. I don't want everybody's, please seal it. I have to protect the system as well. That once you get into this position, you're going to know that's part of the game. And you're not bigger than the game. You're not bigger than the system. I know you sovereign citizens want to think that you're going to be the one to triumph, but y'all can't even get past the first stages in a lawsuit. They always moving for summary judgment and they already granting it. And you gurus who's teaching, y'all getting summary judgments placed on y'all clients based on the work y'all doing. Don't act like I ain't got the docket sheet for a lot of stuff y'all be saying because y'all like to talk. Y'all like to talk. Be checking the docket sheet. It be getting dismissed. I be going back to their page. Yeah, we won that. I be like, yo, they blatantly lying to people. You didn't win that. As soon as I post the order dismissing their case, I'm blocked. I said, oh man. Just post it right in the comment on their page. I'd be like, oh, you won this case? Well, why did the judge throw it out there? Like 2 seconds later, you have been blocked, bang. I'm like, damn. I thought you believe in what you teach. Oh, let me get it. You fucked up financially and you got to sell this shit to keep you afloat. If you really believe in what you teach, then you should be utilizing what you teach. How the hell you gonna try to teach someone of getting out of their mortgage and auto and helping them understand when you can't even get out of your own? Kenyatta Stone, you got your vehicle repossessed with Chase. Oh, you thought I ain't know? So how you gonna talk about accounting and autos? You can't even get you out your own stuff. Those fraudulent instruments ain't work. I can teach about helping people about autos and mortgage because I've gotten people out of both. See, I can teach. I lead by example. How the hell am I help someone else? I can't even get myself out of my own auto situation. How can I teach someone else? And that's the problem. Y'all be letting these gurus get away with teaching others about things that they can't even get out their own selves. 98% of these gurus are getting evicted. They getting repossessed. They getting foreclosed on. They just hide it because they don't want the students to know. I just show up and pull their coattail. And it's not based on anything but what they're teaching. It's about having integrity with it. Don't try to bury them. That's all it was. I don't know why I was looking for that word, integrity. I had integrity throughout this because, to be honest with you, I was in a position for them to say, okay, the lawsuits say 135,000. I want 90,000 cash, or we going all the way to the box. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I could have got it, but like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
There's no
I
reason
know
to go
I
that
was
far.
like, yo, it's no reason to go that day. It's no reason to go that far, y'all. There's just no reason to go that far. For me, it's no reason to do that. It's not. Come on, man. It's no reason to do that.
But you
I'm gonna
know
get that on the back end regardless.
that
But the ones who, these gurus who keep filing and I do got a question. Why do all you social media gurus keep filing in form of paupers? Y'all don't even want to pay the filing fee. Y'all that fucked up. Like y'all can't even afford the filing fee. Talking about you a teacher, you a guru. Y'all are these gurus. A lot of these gurus are up out here. Nah, they are up financially. They are up financially. They are in they ain't no different from the students that's following them. They are in a ditch. Don't even want to pay the filing fee. Every time I see a guru filing, check the docket sheets of what they filed, they always file in the form of paupers. And theirs always getting granted. For real. If you criminalize N-word, they're going to have to defend themselves, not to give into your threats or other demands. Hell nah, they ain't going for that. The prince with Machiavelli never outshined the master. No, you don't ever try to no. The judge is going to say, take it to the Supreme Court. I'm not dealing with this. That's a fact. That's all they're going to do. No, you putting everybody in a tight spot, trying to expose the scheme.
exactly. They knew for you to put up a claim, for you to be a consumer and putting up a claim that they knew only investors put up. For you to do that, they know a lot of work had to go into that. And then with all that work you had to put into it. And then when he spoke to you, it all materialized from everything that you filed. You like, oh, he was like, okay, so this guy is for real. He wasn't gonna tell you that, But he said, "Oh, let's do
Right.
this. Let's do this him." So for all
Yes.
that work you put in there, and you saying, "I'm still willing to negotiate." You can't turn the man down. You got to look out. Credit
Yep.
accept. Look at man.
That's all it was. That's
If,
what it said.
if
That's
the
what
guy,
it's like. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not the best at everything. There's a lot of things that people know more than me. I'm not saying I'm the king. Hell nah. But one thing I can say, being pro se, when it comes to litigation, civil litigation in court, I am a dog. No, I'm not even to my own horn. I'm just being honest. When it comes to civil litigation, mortgage, autos, credit card, debt buyer, student loans, I am a dog with the litigation. I'm professional, elite level with the litigation. I'm a dog with the litigation. I'm telling you, that's my brain, that's my ish right there. Before I even started teaching about accounting and securitization, legal, court, I am a dog. 1000%. I'm a dog with the litigation. You need help with your legal stuff, you better come to me because I'm going to be the closest you're going to have to a professional lawyer doing it for you. I'm going to be the closest you have.
If he's willing to still settle with us, put all this work in, obviously he's going to win on a lot of merits that could expose us forward. Let's show him grace as well. That's all credit acceptors did. Let's show him grace as well. You know what?
Because they knew I had him. If I really wanted to push, now we ain't said we go all the way. They knew I had him. They knew I had him. That's why they waited a week for me to contact him before they made an appearance. Because he was asking, what's your position on this? What's your position on this? Hey, what do you think? Hey, I know you might defend. What's your what can we do to resolve this? I didn't ask him, he brought it up. So we're like, what do you think we can do to resolve this? Do you think the lawyer actually came up with that on his own? Or when he first met with them, he asked them, what's your position in this case? Do you think the conversation may be like, well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Hey, so what do you think it looks like we can, resolve the issue? He posed the question first. I said, oh, hey, perfect. Man, sir, I'm trying to resolve it as well. Like, tell them I'm willing to work with them. Anything, I'll put the proposal in writing. It's going to be gracious. It's not going to be astronaut, not going to be crazy. He's like, oh, okay, nah, I ain't going to be all that. It's going to be fair. I'm going to be very fair. But if they want to resolve it, hey, I have no problem with it. Please make sure you let them know. I have no problem with it. I have no issues with it at all. Why, Lamont? Why? Because I've already proved my point. Already proved my point. Remember, credit acceptance wasn't even on the real hit list. They're not even on it. It was just, I just saw you right there and I'm gonna get you right now. But they wasn't even on the hit list. I got a company 2020, it's going on 2 years. I got someone on the hit list. I haven't told nobody the name. I've been investigating for 2 years. I got one on the hit list. They were just available in them. They were just right there in the line of fire. That's just what it is. So that, I try to, I'm always going to be fair. I'm not going to kick a, what you call it, kick a horse while it's down. I'm always going to be fair. And one thing, the best way to get what you want out of these people is when they like, all right, you got us. You don't overstep. Because you still got to recognize where you at. Recognize where you at now. Recognize where you at.
I would say we actually admire that, man. Like we actually respect it. Like Pro say, yeah, we ain't got no problem settle with him. But them investors, shit, yeah, y'all know what y'all signed up for. Oh, you know they about to lawyer up in Rosen Law Firm tooth and nail. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. But this is one of the benefits. I'm still a little fish, y'all. No, I know. You up there with the big. No, I'm a little fish in that world. And even though I know I'm not a little fish per se with my ability to communicate this stuff to them, but I still play the role as a little fish. You get what I'm saying? Because them got to come out their pockets just a little bit to a little fish. Man, that ain't shit to them. But them having to come out the pocket 15, 20, 30 million to invest. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't coming after y'all for that. I'm the little fish. Get me out y'all way.
And one of the things that I know how to do is I know how to negotiate and broker a deal. I've been brokering deals for a long time since I was a kid. I know how to broker a deal, which is one of the reasons why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume, with stories in the fine lines.
And that's what I was pretty much telling them, yo, get me out your way, man. Tell them I'm open. We ain't got to do this. We ain't got to go back and forth with court, spending all that money. And that's one of the things that he said he appreciated that me recognizing was having a lengthy drawn out litigation. When I'm willing to help save them money, you get
facts. And God can, like, bro, you're absolutely right. Most people, they take these routes in those groups because they're desperate and they just need the money. That's why they go so high, because they need it. Like, these spaces, and it's not the space itself, it's the stuff that they do. Now I get it. Everybody goes through tough times. So I'm not getting on it for that. But I think their belief systems and the things that they do has more to do with their financial situation versus what they really believe. Like, it's what they like. Would they still be standing on this if they got $5 million in their account right now? I believe 100% of the people that's in these online groups and spaces, if $5 million hit their account, they would drop their claims, their documents, their filings at the drop of a dime, pay off their bills, and go about their lives. They don't really stand on it. They're not really going to stand on it. See, over here, we're still going to stand on it regardless. But they're not going to stand on it because they're motivated that this helps them get out their financial turmoil. 98% of the people that are in those spaces are there because they're in some type of financial dilemma. You don't see millionaires in those spaces. You don't see people who's still paying their bills with, while things are going on. No, everybody, I'm going to say at least 90% of those people in those spaces, they in some type of default. They haven't paid the bill, already got their stuff repossessed. Those spaces are totally for the low-hanging fruit. Financial dilemma, money tight, can't afford the bill anymore. Now let me start doing this. Kenyatta Stone is a big example of one of them. She's a big example. I seen her in former paupers, $200 a nail tech. She on food stamps, 4 kids, vehicle repossessed. I see why she wanted that $1.7 million home. She never got it. Talking about the banks. The judge said the bank stole your money. Just lying. Kenyatta Stone is a liar. She lies every day. She lies in her posts. She tries to stretch the truth, and people don't want to see the reality because they like her. Kenyatta Stone ain't got no results. Where her results at? She's on Reddit. She being blasted on Reddit as a sovereign citizen. Okay, Kiana Stone taught a master class on accounting, securitization, talking about the ASC. She did that about 2 months ago. At minimum, Kiana, why don't you come back with your own results that you were successful in? Why don't you get your vehicle back? Where your lawsuit at against the vehicle? Because everything I taught in my master netting class, I utilize with, in my situation. So at minimum, Kiana, where's your results at from what you taught? Where are your results at from what you taught? She has no results. People pay her to keep her nose above water. That's the number one thing for her. Notice when people start to challenge her, she makes posts and gets combative. She gets mad. She wants to block you. She's just like the rest. Kiana Stone is a sovereign citizen. Mentally, she's going to deny that she is. She already said there ain't nothing wrong being a sovereign citizen because you are one. Kiana Stone is a sovereign citizen through and through. Months later, she has not shut me up because she ain't got no results.
I'm like,
They
and
funny as hell.
Man, they giving
but
you
that's
the
the thing though.
This dude is him. So for
With these people, I operate in the right way. I understand that there are major benefits for this system the way it is. We all benefit from it. Let's not act like we don't benefit from it as well. Lines of credit, that's a benefit. You get your credit up front, you pay back over time. You leave the dealership with a vehicle, you pay back over time. You get a whole goddamn house up front, you pay back over time. Okay, without this system, the way that is, you got to buy all that shit outright.
So for the people that want to expose the system, that's what's going to end up happening. You got to buy it out right now. But you want to expose the system. They don't even have the mindset. Of course, she's going to release a University of today. Why would she not copy? Why would she not copy your teacher's teacher? Of course, she's going to release bills coming up. She need them bills paid.
You're rocking with the best.
She need them bills paid. Of course, Kiana Stone gonna come out with a university. It ain't gonna be the Supreme Elite Team University. That shit gonna be another shit she teaching and no results. Where the results at from her master netting, her master class, securitization class? Where even her own results? Where's she at with her clients in their court cases? You know that girl don't know about court. You seen the shit she filed in her own case? Fraudulent UCC ones. She don't know accounting. Why she use accounting to get her vehicle back? It's like I use accounting to keep my vehicle without paying for it. Come on, Kiana Stone, you gotta show me something. You can't let me shine. You gonna let me do you like that, Kiana Stone? You gonna let me flex on you like that? With a settlement? You ain't got no settlement either. And I ain't talking about your Navy Federal, because that's just money that was allegedly hacked from your account and they ain't want to investigate it. Then we ain't not. We talking about you winning. Where your lawsuit against Chase when they repossess your vehicle? They repossess your vehicle. Why don't you get it back? Why don't you get a monetary judgment? Why don't you get a set off? Why don't you produce your claims to court, file a lawsuit, and have them settle with you? Where they give you the vehicle back or the monetary equivalent? Huh? Where that at, Kiana? Kiana. You gotta show the people something now. Your little Facebook posts, all you doing is just posting on Facebook. That's all you doing. You ain't posting no results, no wins. You just posting shit. Just talking. I know for you social media gurus, that shit get frustrating because like you want to show receipts so bad because there would be no better way for you to let people know you know what you talk about by posting receipts. Y'all so mad, y'all ain't got no receipts to post, so you just got to keep posting just regular on Facebook. You got to keep posting the regular shit. Won't you post a settlement? Won't you post a win? Kenyatta, I'm waiting for you. Matter of fact, y'all, let's wait for Kenyatta Stone to post a win. This thing, do you think Kenyatta Stone will post a win? Do you think she can post one within the next 30 days? I'm going to take a poll.
And I never lose sight of that. One of the benefits is you get access to the goods and services. Upfront, of course, you probably got to make a down payment, but it ain't to the point where you got to buy it all outright. If the system changed the way most of these people wanted it to change, all of us, unless we got a credit score of an 830, all of us have to pay for it outright. Now you understand? Like, come on, let's be honest. We rely on this system. Why try to crumple a system that you know you rely on? Because all these sovereign citizens, they got all this shit to say. You notice that they ran their happy asses down to get into that contract. They signed that damn application. They entered into the agreement. They put a down payment down. You know, they ran their happy asses down to the finance company. They didn't go buy it outright.
Nope. And there's benefits. Why buy it outright when you could get it on credit? There's benefits to it. But Kenyatta Stone, can you show that you at least reached a settlement? Can you show a court case? Hell, can you show that you at least got past the first stages in court? Because I remember you was in another person's group as a student talking about court is so overwhelming. You're still just trying to figure it out while you still had your other group up. But you was in that group that nobody else knew because everybody else in the comments wasn't from your same group. So you slid your happy ass over there when nobody would notice you. But I found you. Remember when you lied, said that you won your Navy federal case in that group on that guy's post that was then taken down? You say you won your Navy federal case. Well, let's check the updates on her Navy federal case. Let's just check the updates. Let's see if there's a update on her Navy federal case. Because she be lying like a rug. Kenyatta be on there. She posting a case the other day. Like, it wasn't even her case. She be lying like a rug. Nope. These are all. Let's see if we can go here. Still moving. It's still open. Hey, Ali, Kenyatta Stone versus Navy Federal Credit Union, case number 1.2.25-CV-01827. Because she never liked to talk about. She never liked to talk about what happens in their case. Defendant, Navy Federal, is represented by Christian Small and Thomas Cuss. Uh-oh. And this is about filed by plaintiff without an attorney alleging that Navy Federal Credit Union mishandled unauthorized electronic fund transfer. Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if you won this. I thought like the stuff that you teach case. Why aren't you going with your client, taking cases for your clients? Or at least yourself. I mean, I get it. How much was it? $1,163. You need that? I can loan that to you right now, Kenyatta. You need that? Because God, Lord knows you need it. Kenyatta, Lord knows you need it. Hey, broski Ali, look that up, man.
Still deal with any of this, why don't you go into your Social Security trust fund and go buy the shit outright then? If you don't want to deal with financing. Anybody that want to deal with financing, they buy it outright. So why didn't you go buy it outright then?
They get
And
quiet
yes,
on that.
you have to be.
They get quiet on that. Why don't you tap into your Social Security trust and just buy it outright? They say they get quiet on that. They'll be so, well, you can only use it to discharge debt. Then why your ass still getting your shit repossessed then? Look, these people so stupid. They don't even realize how stupid they are.
Somewhat of a gatekeeper as well. Yes, I'm somewhat of a gatekeeper. Of course I am. I have to.
You're damn right. You think I'll be casting my pearls amongst a lot of these swine out here in these groups? Hell no. And when I drop gems, I'm speaking in a roundabout way on these platforms. And even if I unleash my whole files, it's so much nuances that you got to know through experience. All they'll do is just copy and paste, put on the paper and file, and they'll still lose because they don't understand the nuances of court.
All the mothers willy-nilly online just talking, they don't know shit. Anyone that's on Facebook post, tell Kenyatta Stone to produce that. Tell Kenyatta Stone, tell these social media gurus, tell them to produce this or the equivalent. And you know what's another act of good faith on their behalf? Wanna know why? Hey y'all, listen, let me just keep it 100. They know I could have stepped it with the entry of default. You know that, right? They know.
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it. You got a chance to read it. I will give y'all a chance. Go ahead and read it. Let's read it together. Thank you for preparing and forward the notice of withdrawal. We appreciate the good faith shown through that filing because they knew I could have stuck them with it. I discussed settlement with my client and shared your proposal from yesterday. Credit Acceptance has authorized me to convey the following settlement order. Credit Acceptance will close your account and forgive the outstanding balance. Forgive. Okay. Okay. Credit Acceptance will agree to request the deletion of its trade line from your credit report. The parties will dismiss the lawsuit with prejudice. The parties will agree to mutual release of claims. The parties will enter into a confidential settlement agreement.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Kenyatta. 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 Kenyatta Stone. I am hopeful that these terms are satisfactory and that we can move forward with preparing the settlement. Of course we can. Of course. My job is done. Your job is done. Of course. Kenyatta, when your group members get a whiff of this, they're not gonna say nothing to you, but they're gonna be like, all right, girls, we trying to see something now. Like, all right, we keep taking these classes. Bet. You keep taking these classes. She should just tap into her estate that she's the creditor and beneficiary of. And that's what I'm saying. She's still talking beneficiary and stuff. They're not going to come out and say it to her because they know how she gets when you start to challenge her. Just like all the sovereign citizens with no receipts, they get mad when you question. But Kenyatta Stone's group member is like, Hold on, let me read this again. Like, damn, that's what I want. Damn. He was able to get that in court? I only see that with other attorneys. So then they're like, when they see this, and then they start looking at her posts, it's like, let me go ahead and like, yeah, girl, we gonna get him too. He ain't the only one. Like, but secretly they're like, all right, kind of, we trying to see something like this now. Like, we keep seeing you post, but you ain't. It's like we just following you blind, but deep down inside, they like, damn, I wish Kenyatta would be able to post this to shut him up. See, this will shut him up. And I know that goddamn New Culture Empire, people watched this video, then they came back and started questioning me about case law and stuff. That motherfucker, they wasn't start questioning me about case law till they watched this video. But it's like, damn, he is showing his receipts though. Like, at least he shows he knows what he's talking about. Kenyatta, I can't wait for the day you got receipts to combat him. That's what they waiting on over there. Kenyatta, you gonna get your receipts too. You'll be able to combat him soon. Kenyatta, you'll be able to combat him soon. Soon. You'll be able to do it soon.
No, I had him. With the controlling case law, actual notice. They know if I would have doubled down on that, they know they would have lost. Why do you think they kept asking me, like, yo, yeah, and guess what? I didn't even file it yet, but I sent it to them, the notice of withdrawal, just to show y'all I'm operating in good faith. I'm operating in good faith, y'all. And let's be honest. They know if I would have doubled down on that entry default, they'd have been stuck with the default because I have Fourth Circuit precedents that would have showed that they got actual notice and they were aware, so that waives any little material defects. But I still show good faith and say, you know what, y'all? Because I told them in the letter. And sure, where I told them at. Hold on. All right. They know if I would have doubled down, why do you think they kept asking me? They was asking me to do it. Yo, can you? Listen, man, it would be so helpful, man, if we could just get that notice of withdrawal, man. You know, we have to focus our time on that. Because
right there, I could have doubled down on this. And I had them. They knew I had them. I could have doubled down on this. And went for the whole entry. I could have doubled down.
Because the entry of default means you know what the entry of default means? Even though, listen, I know for showing for good cause that they could come back in, and I know that the judge knew it, but if I would have doubled down on it, you know where was my smoking gun? You sent me a letter September 8th last year letting me know that you was aware of the lawsuit, and then you let the CFPB know that you was aware of the lawsuit, and then you know you received it. It was dropped off, and you kept communicating them that there was a pending litigation. Y'all get what I'm saying? Yo, that angle would have crushed them. That would have put me right under the Fourth Circuit precedents. And they knew that. But they asked me to withdraw. And I said, you know what?
Because Kenyatta, we know damn well you need that. You need to come up with that university soon. We know damn well you need to come up with that university. We know damn well. We know damn well you need to come up with that. Because I do not have sufficient income and resources. I live with my 4 children. Family's income $200 a month. Nail tech, self-employed, $200. Our expenses total is $1,973. Food stamps, $1,500. Utilities, $130. Yeah, we know. Oh, we know, girl. Shit. We know. You need all these classes you can get. You need to sell all the classes you can get, girl. We know. We know. Trust me, we know, girl. We know. Hey, there ain't no doubt about it. I feel you, girl.
I'm operating in good faith with y'all. I'll withdraw it. And I think that was what made them want to settle with me, because I was willing to withdraw that entry of default, knowing that if I would have doubled or tripled down on it, I would have won.
Now that does show integrity. That does.
Yep.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, you know they wouldn't have done it for you.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Once again, we know the shoe on the. We know what happens when the shoe's on the other foot. But for me, I don't look at the shoe on the other foot, because that's just who I operate. You get what I'm saying, Jay? I operate. This is just
Oh yeah, definitely.
I operate. So if they would have buried me, it would have been wrong. Hey, that'd have been wrong and shit on them if the shoe was on the other foot. But I would have argued, I'm pro se, give me a chance. The judge, since I'm pro se, the judge probably would have been like, you know what, you pro se, we ain't going. And now if I was another attorney and I fucked up like that, oh nah, pro se, I would have cried to the.
Hey, Lamont, and you talked about that before, about how the system is so wicked and how they do these things intentionally, and they go to court every single day, you know, messing these people up with no good intentions of doing the right thing. But it's like the integrity of what you're doing is not, you're not moving in bad faith, but it's like you're leading with the truth. And so by them basically saying uncle is like, you have no like, you could have moved forward, of course, but it's better for you to just like, yeah,
No.
okay, they're basically telling you you won already, you know what I mean, without
Yes,
saying it.
yes, without saying it. Like his whole, listen, our phone calls, our emails, indirectly credit acceptance saying, you got us. Remember, they didn't put an appearance on the record until they talked to me first. Remember? You notice that, right? You notice they sent that email to me.
Right.
He first communicated on the 15th. They didn't make a move until they heard from me.
Now, you know it's bad. You know it's bad. Kiana Stone as an individual has been associated with sovereign citizen ideologies, primarily through recent federal litigation and public filings. Legal action against Navy. September 12, 2025, Kiana Shakold Stone filed a federal complaint against Navy Federal. While specific details of the complaint are often sealed or limited in public previews, the case is frequently cited in social media groups and legal forums that track sovereign citizen litigation. Damn, girl, it's bad. Even fucking Google got you listed as that. Sovereign Citizen Association. Her name has surfaced in online discussion in groups such as Facebook and Reddit dedicated to monitoring sovereign citizen activities or nonsense, where participants often analyze legal filings that use non-traditional legal terminologies like lawful law or specific jurisdiction claims. Damn, you on the sovereign citizen watch hit list. She has been linked to Indianapolis, Indiana through social media business profiles. Note, sovereign citizens generally believe they're not subject to federal or state laws unless they consent to them, often citing specialized interpretation of common law, maritime law, or the UCC. Courts of the United States consistently reject these arguments as having no basis in law. What are your thoughts? Hold on her teachings? Kiana Shakosto's teachings and methods, often described as guru strategies within the sovereign citizen movement, center on the use of non-traditional legal theories to adjust financial and legal obligations. Her methods generally involve the following. God damn, girl. Financial redress claims. Stone promotes concepts such as the coupon method, which claims that individuals can use specialized documents or vouchers to pay off significant debt, aka debts they can't afford. Trust and estate misinterpretations. She utilizes her background in trust and estate planning to advocate for legal theory suggesting that individuals can separate their private sales from a corporate legal persona created by the government. Sovereign citizen litigation against financial institution. She has applied her teachings in practice, most notably in a 2029 federal lawsuit against credit union, where she accused the institution of mishandling electronic funds transfer. Legal and practical standing, lack of judicial recognitions. Courts and legal experts consistently find that these sovereign citizen arguments have no basis in law. Her theories are often categorized as frivolous or pseudo law. Legal risk. Adhering to these teachings can lead to severe. Hold on. Google is warning you. Adhering to these teachings can lead to severe consequences. For example, using vouchers as payments is often flagged by the IRS and banks as felony or fraud or forgery. The IRS also imposes a $5,000 penalty for each frivolous filing submitted based on these ideologies. Clip that. Social and expert criticism. Legal observers and online monitoring groups critique these teachings as delusional schemes that rely on the hope of clerical errors rather than sound legal practice. Clip that. While Stone portrays these methods as a path to financial freedom and legal independence, they are universally rejected by the U.S. judicial system and frequently result in legal and financial penalties for those who attempt to use them. Clip that. Damn, Kenyatta Stone. Online even got you labeled all off as a sovereign citizen. God damn. Look at this. Sovereign citizen guru, Kenyatta Stone with a coupon method. Look, you just all down bad out here. Look. Hey, bro, get that to me as soon as you can. Kenyatta Stone, accountant. Accountant. You said you having babies now. You having babies all over the world. Look at this shit. Got 4 goddamn kids. Probably ain't married at all.
You don't know. Credit acceptance agreement.
They said take.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happens in the other cases? They make an appearance, boom, they do what they do. They don't care if they need to talk to you or not. They needed to talk to me first. And that's when I realized.
Because we know you got all them degrees. You an accountant. You estate planning. Trust in the states. Accountant. All these degrees you post on your Facebook page. But goddamn, girl. Shit look bad. 4 kids. Probably not married. Don't see a man in sight in your pictures. Nail tech. Oh, right. Food stamps. Whew, yeah. And this is why she needs to come out with a university. Them kids whooping her ass. Damn, Kiana.
That I had the leverage. I hold the cards. So when you follow the teachings that I teach, you and I'm talking about foundation. When you follow all the law reviews that we go over.
Hold on, these motherfuckers is crazy. Yo, what the fuck, man? Like, for real. Like, this shit all makes sense. Like, everything this shit make, hold on, move all this shit out the way. This shit all makes sense. Pitch the screen, like, it makes sense now. It makes sense. We ain't gotta get into it in case we know you lost it. But this shit makes sense now. Like, damn. Fuck no. All these sovereign citizen gurus don't ever want to pay the filing fee, boy. Like, Kiana, you couldn't even get this. Like, you couldn't even get this. But we know one thing that you did try before. Hey, yo, everybody thought they was about to be billionaires off this fraudulent document. One thing that we do know is you'll never get this. Thank you for your recent communication. This is me with Midland. We have reviewed our records and are writing to provide the following update. We have closed your account and ceased collections. You have no further obligation regarding this account. Please call customer service if you have any additional questions. Like, God damn, boy, I just keep, God damn, man. Shit just keeps, like, damn. Shit just keeps, like, what the fuck? That's me. That ain't Kenyana. Kenyana, can you at least get a letter like that? I mean, that's a credit card. It shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to at least get something like that. We know damn well you ain't getting shit like that. Now that's a mortgage. That's a mortgage. You out your league. You know damn well you ain't getting shit like that. You know damn well you'll never get your clients no shit like that. That's a mortgage set off. You know damn well you ain't getting that. Hey, Kenyana, don't even attempt, because when it boils down to it, I am your teacher's teacher. Kenyana copies me or tries to. Yusavale's been copying me. A lot of them copy me. I am your teacher's teacher. I like that background. We're going to put that back up there.
4 cases we go over. When we go over the spiritual side of this, when we go over, take the whole thing into account, and you present yourself in good faith, standing on your square. Yeah, you're operating in good faith, but I'm fully prepared to, and I told them, operate good, but I am fully prepared to litigate this matter. I told them, I don't get twisted now. I'm cool as a fan, but this scalpel is still in my back pocket, and I will not hesitate to bring it out if I have to.
You cool, I'm cool. So, oh, that's what I forgot to show you. So, let me see if I can pull them up. See if I can pull up a few. See if I can pull up a few. I got like 12 emails, but I wasn't going to post. I wasn't going to post all of them. I wasn't going to post all of them because it's still, private, ongoing. But right, even that one right there, that's enough. Now y'all run back to your gurus and ask them, can they, we got to do something to match Thomas. That's all you go. Nah, for real, just go back and say, yo, he got a settlement based on this stuff. We was watching his videos. He started documenting it last July, and so everything he must have been saying from the start to begin is true, because it ended in a settlement in his favor. He don't got to pay for the vehicle no more. That's almost like 50, 60,000. He don't got to pay. He's about to get legal title to it. He hasn't made a payment since July 1st, so he already saved 6-7 months of payments. Now he has a vehicle and don't have to be responsible for, based on what he knows and what he taught up here. Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that the social media dream right there? Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that what you want your gurus to get you? I'm just saying. But we did things the right way. And that's the difference between us and them. It was nice speaking to you. Oh, yeah, he said, thank you for your agreement to waiver of service with that file and attached documents today. Oh, yeah. We already seen that one. That was dealing with the other one. Let me see if I have more, but that I don't really need to show nothing else after that. That's pretty much the preliminary settlement terms. I got you. This one email is more than what any of them ever got. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm the only one that has ever in these spaces in the last 30 years that could produce something like this. Credit acceptance will close your account and forgive the outstanding debt. Credit acceptance will agree to request the deletion of its trade line from your credit report. The parties will dismiss the lawsuit with prejudice. The parties will agree to mutual release of claims. The party will enter into a confidential settlement agreement. None of your gurus will ever get that. None of them. None of them. I am your teacher's teacher. Listen, gurus, if y'all really want to learn how to teach your students correctly, y'all sign up for my university. Don't go to their university. They ain't on shit. If having a university means you at least got to show that you've been successful with verified, we can all track it because I've been tracking it for months, that you know what you talk about. And this is why they don't like me, because my reality shuts down all of their dreams. Remember this, y'all?
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
And that's what the SEC attorney said. I'm going to buy standard operating procedures. Hey, listen, all you got to do is put 2 and 2 together. This ain't 2 plus 2 is 5. This is 1 plus 1 equals 2. And this is more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
And it's not like arrogance, it's confidence. Because I know what I have in my chamber for my university. Now, this was a few weeks ago. This was a few, I would say about 2.5 weeks ago. This was about a few weeks ago that I was giving my commentary. And what I did was bold. I was speaking confident on my lawsuit. I was speaking very confident. I was posting clips. I was posting phone calls with them. I was being very, if it would have, it could have it would have been bad. Oh, they would have been, oh, look, you ain't no different. But just when they think you ain't no different, I pop back out with something, bam, another receipt, like, damn it. It's like they wait, we gonna get him here. Oh, your credit report. Oh, shit, he just popped out with fucking $75,000 worth of Gucci bags and stuff and purchased for his wife. Oh, damn, we thought he was just like the rest. He just popped up with another Mercedes Benz. God damn it. He got, damn, he just dropped $100,000 receipt that he spent that one time. Damn, he posted this whole 12-month receipts. That shit's over 200 something racks. God damn, you can't get him there no more. Another firm has
You're rocking with the best.
Those are my predictions. Now, this is the reality. And anyone that says I don't know what I'm talking about, they're just lying. The writings was on the wall. Writings were on the wall. The writings were on the wall. All right. It was. Darren, it was. I went back and reviewed those. I was like, damn, I need to do some follow-ups. Yo, it was ahead of its time. The No Student Left Behind series. Anybody that took that No Student Left Behind series, I guarantee you, that was like 2 years ago, their foundation would have, it would have killed all that noise. They'd have been on the right track right now. That No Student Left Behind is one of the most underrated series I ever put out. The No Student Left Behind. This started back in the No Student Left Behind. Yep. That's when you started to see the cosmic shift. And I started to take off. Yep. Because everybody, you got to find your niche. You got to find your position. You got to find what works. You got to, yeah. But one thing, what I don't do, what everybody else do, I just don't throw mud stuff at the wall, hoping something sticks. When I throw at the wall, I'm like this. Okay. Next one. I don't know about that. Okay. We got that one. We got that. Okay. All right, let me scope the scene. All right, let me see this. Bing. Okay. Cool. That don't work. Never shoot that dart there ever again in life. What else? Oh, bet. Okay. We got 3 so far. Okay. All right, let me stop and let me connect these 3 dots. 3 stuck. Let me connect these 3 dots. What's the underlining? Because that's the foundation. Okay, what was common when all these 3 dots that stuck? Let me find the common denominator. Okay, these 3. Oh, this is the common denominator. Okay, this is a brick of my foundation right here. All right, let's go to the next one. That's how I operate. That's how I move. This is why no matter what the situation is, my arguments are going to be the same. The only thing's going to be changed. Only thing's going to change is what I'm arguing. I don't care if it's in a mortgage, auto, credit card. I'm going to be arguing the same things. Well, Lamar, how can you be arguing the same things from a mortgage, auto, credit card? Because all my core arguments never change. It's just what I'm arguing changes. If it was an auto, I'd be saying the same thing. Mortgage, I'd just be saying it for a mortgage. Credit card, I'd just be saying it for a credit card. With your gurus, y'all got to learn about 5, 6 other different ways for every argument that you want to pick. That's when you know what you're talking about or not, when your core arguments never change. The arguments are never going to change. The only thing that changes is the venue and what's being argued. Only thing that changes is it went from a mortgage to a credit card to an auto to a student loan. So when people learn from me, you don't have to learn multiple different things. You learn the core elements, and then those core elements are going to apply to all these situations. Oh my gosh, we are the best. Pro se, we are the best to do it. Woo wee!
You're rocking with the best.
All right, y'all. Now I know what time it is. It's review time. Before I even came to YouTube, that was Mon Dukes. Before I even came to YouTube. Before I even came on social media, it was already getting results for Mon Dukes. I crushed about 100,000 of her tax liabilities. About 100,000. No student left behind. Help me get my first wins. Yo, how many times I gotta tell y'all, when y'all get wins based on what I taught, y'all gotta let me know. You know I like to rub mud in these gurus' faces. Y'all gotta let me know. Y'all, I be talking to be like, oh yeah. So yeah, man, I did that thing that you said, yeah, that shit worked. And then I'm like, damn, you don't want to tell me? Yeah, I found out, yeah, that shit worked too. Yeah. I was able to get that done. Bro, why you want to tell me? I ain't know about this insurance. There you go, right there, y'all. We all see it for the first time. Do you know people have reached out to me on the email? They're not part of the group. They just watch me. They've been watching me for 6 months. Do you know people reached out to me like, yo, I've been studying what you're saying online for 6 months, and I was able. Okay, my fault then, bro. That's probably you 100% probably right. Do you know that they'll reach out to me and be like, yo, I want to thank you. I'm like, yo, thank you for what? Now you helped me get rid of this. I was watching your videos, what you were saying. I caught your gems. I went back, studying, applied it. I was able to do this. I was able to do it. I said, for real? Damn, you ain't even in my group. You just watch what I put out on YouTube. I can imagine if he was in the group. Yo, this shit speaks for itself. And when you know you don't have to sit in front of a camera and lie to people for 3-4 hours, that's the best feeling. When you know you don't have to lie to people. You back up all your stuff with receipts. You back up. It's the best feeling where most of these gurus, they'll sit in front of y'all face and lie to y'all for about 3-4 hours. I don't have to lie to you because everything is black and white. And guess what? I'm going to make it regardless. I'm going to get mine regardless. I don't have to lie to you. I'm going to get mine regardless. I'm going to get back on track and I'm going to get mine regardless. I got a family, you know, kids, beautiful wife, beautiful wife. We good. We good. We got two Benz trucks in the car. We good. We good. About to moving on up, bigger and better. Been taking our time this time because the last one tried to snake me out of more money when I sent them my whole deposits for the whole year. He tried to up it up like, oh yeah, he got it. I'm gonna pay. Nah, he tried to snake me out. Yeah. He tried to get on some snake shit. I said, nah, we gonna take our time. 1 second. I'm one of the pillars in my family. When there's family meetings with all the elders, I get sent the link. I'm the only child of the ones from, my cousins, my age, I'm the only one there amongst all those elders listening to my input. I'm the executor over my mom and dad's estate. Everything has been left to me. Their beautiful $1 million home has been left to me. Everything has been out of 6 kids. Everything was left to me. I'm managing it all. Like, come on, man. I do millionaires' taxes. Like, come on, man. Like, I am not only a pillar online, I'm a pillar in my family and I'm a pillar in my community. Catches in the spring and summertime, everybody in my neighborhood knows me. I'm a pillar in my community. I give away money. I give away clothes. I give away shoes. I pay my dues. That's why I want to hear shit what people got to say. I want to hear shit. I pay my dues. So y'all know, teachers teach. The New Culture Empire. ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. We are about to get into, if we can get into it. Yep. Got it queued up right here. Let's get to it.
That right there is a violation of my constitutional rights. I have the rights.
That's the same thing forensic law was saying last night. Constitutional rights, constitutional rights. Your constitutional rights have nothing to do with your mortgage in a simple mortgage auto credit card case. We got to stop looking at these banks and these corporations as U.S. officials or government officials. Title 42, 1983 does not apply to a fucking lender. They're not officers of the government.
To see that the UCC does not pertain to any of your rules or your regulations or any of that.
All right, this is the District Court of Comanche County, Kansas, case number 25 CV1. Case is entitled American Ag Credit PCA versus Timothy Peterson, individually and as trustee of the Timothy Charles Peterson Trust, and Shelley Peterson, individually as trustee of the Shelley Peterson Trust et al. We are set today for hearing on the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment. Plaintiff is appearing through its attorney, Nicholas Grillo. And I believe we have for CNH Industrial, is it Quan Nguyen? Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Your Honor, we need to make a correction to the record before we get started.
Just finish introducing the case and then we'll take up any issues.
You bet.
And then also appearing, we have Timothy Peterson and Shelley Peterson appearing pro se. All right. So as I stated, we're set for hearing on the motion.
This, just because you appear pro se does not mean you are not required to know the court rules and procedure. And that's the number one problem. People are appearing pro se. They have, you want to know why they appear pro se and fire their lawyers? So they can submit their fucking sovereign citizen documents, because the lawyers won't do it because the lawyers are getting in trouble. That should tell you something right there. Court operates off rules and procedure, not your UCC sovereign citizen beliefs. As you know, with my settlement. You know what? It feels so good to say, yo, we done reached the settlement. All that hard work done paid off, man. Hard work pays off, ladies and gentlemen. If you listen to what I say, don't listen to nobody else. If you listen to what I say, I'll take you to the promised land. If you listen to what I say, don't listen to nobody else online but me. I'm going to take you to the promised land.
Motion. So Mr. Peterson, you believe there's some issues we need to address first?
Yeah, I've got a couple three, Your Honor. Before we begin with my introduction, are we in a constitutional court of record?
Once again, you don't. The judge does not answer the judge is not there to answer your sovereign citizen questions. Ladies and gentlemen, don't ever go into court asking the judge, is this a common law court? Is this a statutory court? Is this a constitutional court? Don't ask them. You're going to put yourself behind the 8 ball. You're going to be at a deficit. They're automatically going to assume you're a sovereign citizen. Want to know why they're going to assume you're a sovereign citizen, even though you don't think you're a sovereign citizen? Because the ones who were sovereign citizens asked those sovereign citizen questions 40 years ago.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Are we in the public record?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, this court is a constitutional court of record then. Would you agree?
Don't even matter. He's so old, he ain't gonna listen anyway. Look at her. She's looking at you like, Tim, I told you, you should have just paid him. No, we're gonna exercise our rights. I don't know about this. Well, we're gonna do what we gotta do. These are all constitutional rights. Tim, why didn't you just pay them? I don't know. God damn it, we're not gonna pay them, Shelley.
Well,
look at Shelley. Either she's asleep in a stupor or is like, why am I here? Got the sovereign citizen flag in the background. They all ready to go.
It exists under the Constitution of the state of Kansas, so I suppose that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Before we finish, I ain't gonna keep stopping. I just want to say this part. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution says any powers not specifically delegated in this Constitution are reserved for the people or the states. When they said people, it didn't mean us individually people. They were meaning some states go by the state of this versus this, or the people of. They're talking about the state governments. So basically, there's a separation of powers. The government can't just go and force their will on individual states. This is why you see with ICE, the states are bucking ICE in certain states. Why do you think the governments in the states are bucking ICE? Because they have their own powers, and the government can't force a state to do anything. They can sanction them, probably sue them, or use the government's jurisdiction just to go do it. In the states, that's why they're clashing right now, because there's a separation of powers. So that meaning Whatever that wasn't specifically listed in the Constitution that falls under the jurisdiction of the government will reserve to the state governments. This is why you don't see driving in the Constitution. You don't see driver's license in the Constitution. You don't see insurance and all that in the Constitution. That means the 10th Amendment allows the states to set up their own courts, which are inferior to the Supreme Court, meaning no court in the United States of America can rule on a case differently from what the Supreme Court says. So if the Supreme Court says this statute goes like this, every state in America, federal, state, local, has to rule in that same manner. That's why they're inferior courts. Another thing, the states have their own state constitutions. Why do they have their own state constitutions? Because the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution gave the states the right to create their own state constitutions. So state courts are legal under the Constitution, 10th Amendment, and you never hear these sovereign citizens ever want to address the 10th Amendment because they know that's where they lose. All the statutes are legal and legitimate, and if it wasn't true, then why does the Supreme Court take up cases concerning state laws every day? Why did the Supreme Court just strike down every state court as illegitimate? And this is just logical. So when they say state courts are illegal, but yet the Supreme Courts in which you rely on to say the state courts are illegal, they're still hearing cases out of the state. See, they don't even realize how ridiculous they sound. See, at least with me, you can come back to reality. Now, for real, at least you can come back. All right, this is just what it is. Let me maneuver. Let me navigate through it then. At least you won't be in La La Land like everybody. At least with me, you'll be in reality. You'll come back to planet Earth, at least.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. And we are here sui juris, not pro se. And then underneath the UCC.
I'm sorry. It doesn't mean no difference. It just means you're representing yourself. Whether you say sui juris or pro se, it doesn't mean no difference.
1-308, we reserve our rights under common law without prejudice. And no, Your Honor, we are not the defendants listed upon this court case. We are living souls and living bodies as living people upon the land. And as the sole executors and beneficiaries to the trust listed as the defendants in this case before the court, we are non-corporate citizens. We are U.S. nationals here in peace and non-combative in this constitutional court of record.
Ladies and gentlemen, at least with me, you won't have to do all that babbling. Like, look at
Triple down on it. I would have won.
Look at this. Look at this. Just look how it flows, the wording. Just look. Plaintiff by time proceeding pro se respectfully submits this notice to withdraw his previously filed request for default judgment, federal to Federal Rule Civil Procedure 55A and Civil Rule 7F. Since the filing of that request, defendant Credit Acceptance Corporation has appeared through counsel and communicated with plaintiff regarding waiver of service in their defense of the operative complaint filed on August 25th, 2025. In addition, plaintiff and defense counsel have engaged in preliminary potential settlements of the dispute. In light of this development, in the interest of judicial efficiency and good faith cooperation, plaintiff hereby withdraws his prior request for entry of default filed with the court. Like, you see how just the tone is more, like, come on now. Y'all can't lie. Don't lie now. Don't lie. You see just the tone is perfect. You see how professional the tone is? Look at just the tone of it. Come on now. Like, come on, man. Sheesh.
And we appear only as a special divine appearance to settle the business matters before the court only. And also, Your Honor, as you have addressed, this is a trust issue. The defendants listed here today. So that was one of the corrections that we needed to have made that hadn't been previously read into the record.
Every single one of these attorneys, that's the judge top left. Those two attorneys right there, I will be able to go blow for blow, reach a settlement. I'll be right on their level. Talking, communication, court, I'll be right on their level.
Before we begin, Your Honor.
Pro se, y'all. Pro se. You don't get this type of work unless you're another professional. Pro se. I'm amongst the people. I'm still amongst the people. I'm no different from you. We're all the same to them. I'm not up here and y'all down here. We are all in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. I am no different from the average person out here every day. I'm no different. I'm amongst the people. So at least if we just know one that can rise up and defend against what's going on, and I still, it's like they don't like, what do y'all want? What do y'all want? Do you want, I have to conform to how you want it to be? I can't be me. I've been like this for 3-4 years now. You know how I am. You know how I get. I am who I am. Haven't changed not one bit. I ain't run from shots. Yeah, they try to take shots at me. But guess what? I'm still here. I'm still here. Still progressing. I'm still progressing. While everybody else is spinning the wheels, recircling the wagon again, we moving into, you know what? Guess what? In 2026, we moving on from this stuff here. We going deep into the other side.
Do you have proof of your constitutional oath of office to the people? And do you have proof of your oath of service? Because we require you to be in your oath of the Constitution to the people of service and to your oath of office here today.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And would we be able to get copies of those? They didn't have that.
That Jonah Bay copies of what does having their oath of office, like, what does that mean for the matter in court? See, how I look at this is they're suing for non-payment of debt. So if my clients is being sued for non-payment of debt, my argument is to defend their request for judgment for the non-payment of debt. Once they sue you for non-payment of debt and they attach the agreement, do you know how much of an uphill battle that is? That's a major battle. And I still climb the hill where none of my clients get a judgment against them after we respond.
You're rocking with the best.
Y'all gonna respect me. So 20 years from now, y'all gonna look back at these videos and be like, this group was a fucking trailblazer.
Nor your judicial bond copy at the Comanche County Courthouse.
They should. Those were circulated, but I can make sure those are provided to the clerk so you can access them.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. In addition to that, as we are now clearly in the jurisdiction of common law and underneath the Constitution itself, which is the supreme law, well, are you able to uphold your oath to the Constitution, Your Honor?
Yo, what the hell does all these questions mean, Timothy? Like, look how she's looking at him. Everybody stop and look at the wife. Look at the wife. Look how he's looking. Quan Nguyen is saying, what the hell are you talking about? Nicholas Griller like, oh my gosh, this guy. Andrew Stein is like, oh, he cannot be serious. The wife is like, oh my gosh, you're going to get our stuff taken. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah, so I've executed my oath, and that's of the record, so I don't know that that's immediately needed to be addressed today. So we do need to get on with the time that the issue that we're set for, which is the motion for summary judgment. So are there any other specific issues before we proceed with that, Mr. Peterson?
As this is our private, I would like to know, as these are the defendants, if you can see there, Your Honor, these are the defendants, which is our birth certificates.
Your Honor, this is not us. We're not the defendants in your court today. These are your defendants, Your Honor. This is not my clients. This is my clients. This is the trust. We're not the trust. So we're going to grant you powers over this trust to close and settle the case. But
And also they are our minor estate trusts. Does anybody here present today have a higher claim to these trusts and these birth certificates than we do?
Okay, so we're not going to continue with this line of questioning because it's not relevant to the summary judgment motion. So I think with that,
that's the part. None of that has anything to do with court and the proceedings. See, you know what I would have been doing? I'd have been filing in response to their summary judgment motion. See, I wouldn't have been coming to court. Do you got your oath? Do you got this? Make sure your constitution. I'm going to, and want to know why they do that route? Because that route he just did is so much easier than responding accurately to a motion for summary judgment, because most of these people have no clue about the court rules of procedure. That's why that's easier.
You're rocking with the best.
That's why that way is easier. The sovereign citizen way is easier than what I do.
I'm going to foreclose any additional quote unquote preliminary matters, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Grillo for any argument on his summary judgment motion. So with that, Mr. Grillo, whenever you're ready, if you have any additional argument, you may do so.
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate the time and effort, the court allowing us to appear via Zoom. Appreciate the accommodation. For the most part, the response, the motion and memorandum in support, as well as the reply, set forth most of the arguments that American Ag Credit would be proffering today in detail. I think that the main thing that I want to point out to the court, and although I'm sure the court's aware of it, in a preliminary matter, we had a motion for judgment on the pleadings, and that Your Honor ruled on that on June 2nd of 2025 and identified specific issues that remained in the case that were needed to be decided based upon further proceedings.
I just want to say this part. Everything that Tim Peterson said, it's in a script that you can find from the 90s from the Redemption Manual. It's word for word. It's all a script. They don't study and then come up with their words on their own. It's all a script. See, what I do, you got to study the court rules. You got to study the court procedures. You got to look at case precedents, historical case precedents. Then you got to put your own complaint together from scratch. There's no template when putting your complaint. Everything that I do, I put all my stuff together from scratch. This is why my client over here, their documents is going to look totally different from this client's documents, because each case rests on its own facts. So I got to do more work. There's no template that I use. Every case rests on its own set of facts and circumstances. These sovereign citizen gurus don't even have the mental capacity to compartmentalize and be able to differentiate case by case in certain elements, and then researching case law to support every argument or claim that you're bringing. So if I got 12 claims, I have to find 12 different case laws, multiple, to support those 12 different claims.
One had to do with whether or not payments or whether there was considered.
Oh, by the way, I don't $10,000 for a trustee. No. $10,000, actually, $10,500 is for mortgages. If you come to me with a mortgage issue, It's 10,500. I don't even pull out my laptop for anything else. Want to know why? Because unlike these other gurus, I can actually show you that I know what I'm talking about. Autos. My laptop doesn't come open for anything less than 7,500. Okay, what this is, 7. That's what it costs for me to even open my laptop. Because unlike these other gurus, at least I know what I'm talking about. At least I know how court works. So yes, I'm not cheap at all. I'm not cheap at all. And guess what? I got the receipts to prove that what I command. Because if you go to any other attorney that knows this, just like I know, you're going to be paying upwards of 100,000. And then they're going to charge you by the hour, and then you're going to pay in stages. If it gets to the next stage, you got to pay. And they're going to send you a bill. I work 15 hours. You got to pay about never 4 or 5 racks before they continue. So actually, I'm cheaper than a professional. And you can't say, well, you're not a professional, but my work is professional, like. My work is just like a professional.
For not just the original note in August of 2019, but also the renewals that were executed by the Petersons in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, as well as whether or not there was any proof that said that the Petersons have paid American Ag Credit in terms of that in terms of its note and mortgage and security agreement. And Exhibit 6 to the memorandum of support, American Ag Credit produced a verified payment history, or essentially loan accounting for the line of credit the Petersons took out in August of 2019. That detail in Exhibit 6 shows all the loan advances that were made, as well as all of the payments that were received by American Ag Credit from the time of the inception of the line of credit in August of 2019 through the non-renewal of the line of credit effective on August 1 of 2024. And I think that shows the detail to the court that payments were made, not just from the Petersons to American Ag Credit, but also that loan advances were made to the Petersons throughout the life of the line of credit. And it would be American Ag Credit's contention that shows adequate consideration for not just the original note, but also the subsequent renewals, as well as reflects the lack of payment that was received from the Petersons on American Ag Credit's line of credit. So in other words, it specifically addresses the 2 remaining issues that the court identified.
And what do I always say? What do I always say? Oh my God, the lawyer is saying the same thing that I tell people. Me and the lawyer are on the same page. You took out a line of credit. You made payments. They got another advance. Once you make payments on it and you stop, you can't come back and say, where ink signature? Where's this go? I highlighted that in one of my videos. And that's what I was telling people online. No. I'm like, you idiots don't know what you're talking about. Once you make payments already and then you stop, You can't come back and, well, I ain't get this. I ain't get this. They ain't validate this. You've already made payments. Every judge, every court is going to center it on that part. What they were supposed to do is pay it all off and then sue. But see, that's, oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm trying to get out of paying. I'm trying to get out of paying and not have to be responsible for it. No, because it shows 98% of people in these spaces, they're real intense. They don't move, or they talk all this good hands and clean hands and good faith, but they never show it through their actions. Tim Peterson is only doing this because he's in a financial bind and he's trying to get out this obligation. This is the hallmark of what you're going to see in these spaces. 98% of the people in these spaces are Tim Peterson, Tim and Shelley Peterson. You got something, now you don't want to pay. Now you're trying to use some pseudo law to get out your obligation. What type of character? Just think about that. That's what these spaces breed. Financially irresponsible. No accountability. You want to get something all on your face, but you don't want to pay it back. At least I stay current and I made a final partial payment before I stopped. I did it the right way. And I was current when I brought my lawsuit.
And shows that that everything was supported by consideration and the payment hasn't been made. More importantly, there was no contention in response to Exhibit 6 or no affidavit or other material piece of information or facts that were presented by the Petersons in the response to American Ag Credit's motion for summary judgment that shows that there's a dispute in terms of that payment history.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. They received several negotiable instruments to pay that account in full, and they accepted them, never did.
Once again, what did he do? What did he do? He did the same thing that Kenyatta Stone did. What did he do? Look, this is what Kenyatta Stone did. He did the same thing. Paid to the bearer $1,328. That's how much she was behind. That's her past due amount. Look, scheduled payment amount. She had to pay $429 a month. Look, she had to pay $426 a month. Total payment due $1,328. So she was behind 3 payments. And look, given for patent right, accepted for deposit, and this is the coupon. So she looked at the definition of coupon. Look, she looked at the definition of coupon from this book. Look how this how idiotic she is. So she looked at the definition of coupon, clips, coupon, like example is non-cash items. So she think that the coupon was a non-cash item that she can use to pay. Now look, that's 3 months of payments she was already behind. Loan payment coupon. You know what this meant? This coupon meant once you attach a real money order in that amount that you gave $1,328.97 in cash, or what's the limit? $500, $600. You got multiple money orders, or you got a check that written on an account that actually has that real money in. Attach that coupon to it. So when you send your check or money orders, you send that coupon too, so they can process your payment fast. If you just send a check or coupon, they gotta, who is Kenyatta Stone? They gotta look it up. That helps them identify your account fast and process your payment fast. That's all it means. But they did what her did, a negotiable instrument. It was a return because it was shredded, and that's not payment. Because if they would have responded back saying this is not legitimate payment, the sovereign citizen, yes, it was. The UCC says it was. There you go.
Return any of those, and by acceptance, therefore, that discharges the liability.
So there you go. So basically, so they're saying that since they didn't return the negotiable instrument, since they didn't return the negotiable instrument. Matter of fact, I hate to do it, y'all, but we got to go here. Well, we got to go here. Let's go here. Hold on. Notice, hold on. I'm just queuing it up. Queuing it up. There we go. All right. Notice of dishonor. Look. Notice of dishonor may be given by any person, may be given by any reasonable means, including oral, written, or electronic communication. And it's sufficient if it reasonably identifies the instrument, indicates that instrument has been dishonored, has not been paid or accepted. Return of an instrument given to bank for collection is sufficient notice of dishonor. In respect to an instrument taken for collection by a collection bank, notice of dishonor must be given by 30 days at midnight the next banking day, or by any person within 30 days. Notice, right? Presentment or payment acceptance of an instrument is excused if the person entitled to present the instrument cannot with reasonable diligence make presentment. Bam. Presentment for payment or acceptance of an instrument is excused if the person entitled to present the instrument cannot with reasonable diligence make presentment. 2, the maker or acceptor has repudiated an obligation to pay the instrument or is dead or in sorry proceedings. By the terms of the instrument, presentment is not necessary to enforce the obligation to endorse a drawer. The drawer endorser whose obligation being enforced has waived presentment, otherwise has no reason to expect or right to require that the instrument be paid or accepted. The drawer instructed the drawer not to pay or accept the instrument. Notice of dishonor is excused by the terms of the instrument. Notice of dishonor is not necessary to enforce the obligation of a party to pay an instrument by the terms of the instrument, meaning it's so frivolous that we don't even have to let you know it hasn't been paid. This is why they don't know nuances and context. Damn it. So tired of this, it hasn't been returned. So it's no, it's not. It doesn't mean that. I mean, it's so frivolous and fraudulent. They just shred it. God damn it, I get so tired of hearing that crap. Right there. Notice DB. Notice dishonor is excused if by the terms of the instrument. Notice that dishonor is not necessary to enforce the obligation of a party to pay the instrument. Evidence of dishonor. The following are admissible as evidence to create a presumption of dishonor and of any notice of dishonor stated. Document regular forms provided subject purports to protest, purported stamp or writing of the drawee, banker. Look, this is purported stamp or writing of the drawee, payer bank or presenting bank or accompanying instrument stating that the acceptance or payments have been refused unless reasons for the refusals are stated and the reason not consistent with dishonor. A book record of the drawee, payer bank, collector bank kept in the usual course of business which shows dishonor, even if there is no evidence of who made the entry. Basically, as long as they show they didn't accept it on their books, they don't have to let them know, because it's not a negotiable instrument. This statute is dealing with legal negotiable instruments, not self-created instruments like this. This is not a negotiable instrument, so it doesn't fall under this statute because this is dealing with actual instruments. This is a
fraudulent one with no legal validity, so it falls outside the scope. And if I was the attorney, I would argue that just like every other attorney argued that, because this is not a negotiable instrument, so it's not governed here. Yo, if I was going up against these sovereign citizens in court, I would have a field day. They don't know how to interpret statutes. They don't know how to interpret laws. They don't know context. They don't know how to research case law. Yo, if I was just going up against sovereign citizens in these spaces and there's gurus, I would have a field day. Oh my God, I would have a field day. I would love it. This is why they don't give you notice. In order for it to fall up under the statute, it has to be a legal, legitimate instrument. If it's not a legal, legitimate instrument, they can just shred it.
The record might any of those, and by acceptance, and they accepted them, never did return any of those.
That shows that there's a dispute in terms.
They received several negotiable instruments to pay that account in full, and they accepted them, never did return any of those, and by acceptance, therefore, that discharges the liability. The record, my paperworks are complete with that and has evidence that
you'll have an opportunity to make your own argument here in a second. So if you'll let Mr. Grillo finish, then I will give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
Well, not in regarding to that, none of that information was presented in response to the motion for summary judgment.
There you go. So what he said right then and there, even though it wasn't going to win anyway, but at least you're supposed to put that. He was supposed to put it in his response to a summary judgment. I told you they don't know court rules and procedure. The lawyers are going to attack you on the rules of procedure once they sniff it out that you don't know it. You can tell here, this lawyer knows that I know rules of procedure. He knows that I know the rules of procedure. He knows I know them very well. I lived in the federal rules of civil procedure and state law. Oh, not just by state law. Wherever you are situated in the United States of America, I can take your case. All 50 states. I'm equipped with all 50 states. Doesn't matter. Right there, I got people in Illinois. I got clients in Ohio. Got clients in Indiana. I got clients in Nebraska. I got clients in Alabama. Because it don't matter. Want to know why? Because I know court rules and procedure. All I got to do is just see, how does this court do it in this state? Once okay, boom. Everything else is...
no proof was put forth. And I'm very confident that if Your Honor, would review that negotiable instrument that Mr. Peterson refers to, it's not legitimate.
There you have it. There you have it. What did I just say? What did the lawyer just say? It's not legitimate. That statute only applies to legitimate negotiable instruments, not your self-created fraudulent instruments. So the statute itself, by definition, doesn't apply to your fraudulent document because it's not a legitimate negotiable instrument. So y'all using UCC to back up your fraudulent instruments, fraudulent claims. Damn, y'all got it. Yo, these people, y'all got it down bad out there in these spaces. Y'all got it down. Y'all down bad. Like, y'all don't even know the little shit. I'm talking about the people like that's out there. Y'all don't even know the little shit. Damn, y'all got it bad. Who did y'all start learning from? Y'all got it down bad. Y'all, it's going to take y'all 5 years just to learn the basics. You ain't even got the little shit down pat. Feel sorry for y'all.
Attempts to draw on some sort of Social Security trust on the Treasury of the United States to pay American Ag Credit the balance of its loan in full, and there's no consideration. There was no money that was going to be paid. It's just not a legitimate argument or payment. And so, but more to the point, in terms of the procedural aspect of this case, none of that was presented in their response to the motion for summary judgment. There's no dispute that American Ag Credit maintained a note, mortgage, and security agreement against the assets the Petersons owned. There's no dispute that the loan hasn't been paid, or no proof of a legitimate dispute that loan hasn't been paid. And
there you go. What the lawyer is saying, that's how the court works. That's what your responses need to be. You need to be defending against that. All that I sent them to go, none of that, throw that crap in the garbage. That's what you need to be defending against. Shit like that. Not the non-payment part. But all these sovereign citizens, they always want to just tiptoe over the fact that they ain't paid and can't tell. You want to know why they don't never get into why they didn't pay? And my lawsuit, and with them, when I sent them an email, I got into the legal reason why I didn't pay. From the accounting standpoints, from legal standpoints, with case law to back it up, I show why I legally did not pay and why I was legally not entitled to pay. I show why I was legally not entitled to pay, and I show from an accounting standpoint, Keanu Stone accounting, right? And I show from case law, precedent, why I did not pay. The reason why these people that think like him, they always want to sidestep the non-payment, because the reality is, if they're truthful, they'll say this: the reason why I stopped paying is because I got into this group and they said, and I learned that you didn't loan me nothing or this, so I didn't have to pay my debts anymore. So I stopped paying my debts. That is 98% of why many people in these spaces stop paying their debts. And why did they do that? It's not because they just read a piece of paper. If they got the money to pay, they were falling behind on their bills anyway. Money was tight already anyway. So that's the operating event that starts to trigger these beliefs. I can't afford it anyway, or it's kicking my ass, or I don't want to pay it anyway. So since that's the inner reason, now I'm going to use, I found this online, I researched this, I studied this. So now the real reason is that they just can't afford it, don't want to pay, but they'll use these. I just found the fraud on my rights. That's the vehicle that makes it make sense in their mind. They know logically, stop paying your bills, that's foolish. So they'll start to bring up all these other reasons. But in the reality, when most people are in these positions, it's because they found some shit online and they told them they didn't have to pay, coupled with the fact that they already couldn't afford the bill anymore anyway, or didn't want to pay. So that's the psychological conversation they had with themselves to, okay, so it makes it easier because you don't really want to pay the bill anymore anyway. That's all it is. That's all it is. If anyone tells you different, they're lying to you. That's all it is. Want to know why? Because none of them can ever provide a legal explanation why they stopped paying their bills. It's always going to be some fraud. It's always going to be some breach of contract or deception. They never loaned me anything. Once you strip that away, why did you stop paying your bills? Because you already was getting tired of that bill and you couldn't afford it anymore. So you're looking for a way out of it while still keeping the property. That's all it is.
That American Ag Credit is entitled to a judgment foreclosing its mortgage and security interests in the Petersons' property. As a matter of fact, American Ag Credit set forth 41 statements of uncontroverted fact, and not a single fact was responded to, not only in the appropriate fashion required by the Supreme Court, but in general. There was nothing in the responses the Petersons filed that shows that any of those specific facts were in dispute. But even then, it's not the court's job to ferret out those items in the record, which is why the rule is the way it has been implemented. And the Petersons were well aware of that rule because they faced the same issue in response to CNHI's motion for summary judgment. So this wasn't a new concept to them, at least in this particular case. And so, Your Honor, I don't see there's any dispute of material fact that exists. I think American Ag Credit is entitled to judgment. There are no affirmative defenses, and there are no issues as it regards to the remaining two items that the court had identified in its ruling, that American Ag Credit is entitled to judgment on those issues.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grillo. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Peterson.
Now, they did receive these payments that we sent them, and they were not returned, Your Honor. They are writing in their rules and regulations, evidently, that do not apply to the Uniform Commercial Code on negotiable instruments. So their payment was secured. There was no reason to go any further than that.
You talking about what we just looked up? Because I just invalidated your whole argument. If I'm invalidating your whole argument, like as a pro se litigant, you already know the lawyers are going to crush that.
Marbury versus Madison was
Marbury versus Madison. Oh my gosh, these people don't ever stop. Marbury versus Madison. In Sovereign Citizen Legal Theories, Marbury versus Madison in 1803. Are you serious? It's frequently cited out of context to challenge the authority of statutes or the jurisdiction of courts. While the case legally established the principle of judicial review, the power of federal courts to declare laws unconstitutional, sovereign citizens often misinterpret specific quotes to claim that any law they personally deem unconstitutional is void and can be ignored without a court ruling. The void ab initio argument. Sovereign citizens frequently quote the passage, "An act of the legislature repugnant of the Constitution is void." They cite that every day. They use this argument that they have the individual right to decide which laws are unconstitutional and therefore are not required to follow traffic laws, pay taxes, or recognize the authority of the court. Clip that. Laws versus statutes. Proponents often claim that Marbury distinguished between lawful constitutional acts and statutes that are merely corporate rules. They argue that because the statute, like a motor vehicle code, is not explicitly in the Constitution, it is void under the Marbury standard. Clip that. And notice how I said the 10th Amendment destroys all these arguments. Officer liability. Some use it in the case of discussion of ministerial duties and vested rights to argue that the government officials can be sued personally if they fail to perform a specific duty if they infringe on a sovereign right. Actual legal precedents. In legitimate U.S. law, Marbury versus Madison does not allow individuals to unilaterally invalidate laws. Instead, it establishes that judicial department's duty. It is emphatically the province of a duty of a judicial department to say what the law is. Only a court, not an individual citizen, has the authority to declare a law unconstitutional. Clip that. And that comes from the Supreme Court. How did all these sovereign citizens ever not mention that when they cite Marbury versus Madison? How they leave that out? It's because the hallmark of dealing with a sovereign citizen is they're going to cherry pick a sentence out of a whole case and say, this is how it is. That's typical sovereign citizenry. Cherry pick certain. So they'll read a whole case and they'll read a part where it's clearly invalidating their beliefs. So they'll skip over that and then they'll find a sentence that, oh, yeah, and psychoanalyze it and do some deep esoteric meaning. See, you know when it says blue, it's not blue, but it's blue. Yeah. See, the color blue is not spelled B-L-U-E. It's spelled B-L-U-E. You get that? Yeah, we get it. Supremacy of the Constitution. If a law and the Constitution conflict, the court must follow the Constitution, and the Supreme Court does that all the time. No direct enforcement. Courts have repeatedly rejected sovereign citizen interpretations of Marbury, often characterizing them as frivolous or meritless legal theories. A, for further reading on the legitimate legal impact of the case, visit the National Archives, milestone documents, or review Supreme Court summary. And this is Supreme Court summary of dealing with Marbury versus Madison. I guarantee you, nothing about this case, the summary, has anything to do with the frivolous sovereign citizen claims that they wish to raise today. Marbury versus Madison, I have completely invalidated your sovereign citizen beliefs on it. Now clip that.
It's very clear in its decisions that rules, statutories, rulings of even yourself, Your Honor, do not apply to the people. These apply to corporations.
Notice how we just read the legal breakdown of it, but yet that's their interpretation of it. Motherfuckers crazy as a road lizard. We just broke down the legal, what it legally said, and got links to the National Archives and the Supreme Court summary of the case, but yet they're interpreted as statutes and rules don't apply to individuals, apply to corporations. This is how delusional these people are. This is why they will never get nowhere near close to anything like this. Nowhere near, because of their mindsets. It's not about the intellectual abilities. It's their mindset is what kills them. Oh my God.
And non-legal, non-living entities, dead entities, if you will, Your Honor. They do not apply to us here today. But upon that note, and the word note, we do demand presentation of the original note at this time. We've been asking for the note and has been.
You didn't argue it in your summary judgment, so it's a moot point. Remember, court's about rules and procedures. You didn't argue in your summary judgment, it's a moot point.
Been denied time after time from these gentlemen. It needs to be the original note. It must have the original endorsements, the wedding seals. It must have all allonges or any allonge that attached to it. And if it does not act in their possession, any of these notes, then they have lost the rights to the note.
The question is, you made payments on it and you never asked for that. Now that you're being sued by being foreclosed on. And once again, every time I pause, look how she's looking at him. You know what she's about this? You know, she is sick to her stomach with him because she knows he's about to lose them their homes. Look at it. Look at her. And this is the dangerous stuff about, all jokes aside. This is why this sovereign citizen stuff is dangerous, because not only they are a danger to themselves, they are a danger to those close to them. They are dangerous to everyone that they come across. He's about to lose his home behind this garbage. And this is one of the things about life. If you don't have the funds to get back on the payment plan, sometimes you have to depart. Life doesn't work where you just keep stuff and don't pay for it. Well, hold on. I got to take that back. But you get my point. Normally, there's no way in this world where you can keep a property without pay. Well, no, I can't say that. Okay, in this world,
When you get property, you have to pay. Well, no, not really. But it's hard to really finish that sentence based on the recent events. Okay, I got it, y'all. I got it. In this world, if you don't pay, they will take. Well, can't finish that sentence. I'm sorry. The last I got it. When you don't legally prove that you're not entitled to pay, then they'll take your stuff. Okay, that's it right there. My bad, y'all. I was about to contradict. I swear I was about to contradict myself, but cool. When you legally prove that you can't pay, if you cannot legally prove that you can't pay, then they're going to take your stuff. There we go. That's more better. That's better.
And the note and security follow each other. So
nope, because we read a court case in class 4 of the master netting class in accounting. We read court cases where that's not true. But the court said that's not true. That's not true. You got to update your literature, your sovereign. See, that's the problem. People don't update their sovereign citizen literature. They need to get that stuff that's been rejected 30 years old and at least try something new. That's not true.
At this time, photocopies are not admissible in a court of law.
Actually, it is admissible in a court of law.
They cannot be used because you can be tried 3 or 4 times for having the same photocopy when in fact they don't have the original. And only the original, and we demand that to be presented at this time, can be honored, Your Honor. Do you, gentlemen, have the original notes?
Mr. Peterson, we are well beyond any discovery demands at this stage in the proceeding. So I'm not ordering that they're going to be required to produce any additional documents.
Oh, sir. That right there is a violation of my constitutional rights. I have the rights to see that. The UCC does not pertain to any of your rules or your regulations or any of that. It is underneath the common law. Common law states that I have my rights underneath the Constitution. And I am not here underneath the rules and the regulations and the statutory codes of, if anything, in that type of line. I'm here today to get my rights and demands to see that note. If you are trying to subvert the law or correct the law in some unknown manner that has not been presented to us here today, then that, Your Honor, gives me the right to take that up as a liability against yourself and the gentleman presenting that today. I do have the rights to see those notes. Those notes need to be presented today. I've given him ample time.
Actually, this is where you're wrong at. Because the UCC is statutory law. The UCC is statutory law. Oh, you didn't know that? The UCC is statutory law. It's not common law. Hope you didn't know that. The UCC is not common law. The UCC is statutory law.
Full times, Your Honor. And they accepted that.
Okay. And again, I am denying that request and not ordering that that be produced.
And at that time, Your Honor, can I then object and that you, Your Honor, and the officers of this courts have entered into rights violations underneath the U.S. 18242 deprivation of rights underneath the color of law? May I enter that into the record, please?
Well, I mean, you just stated it, so I don't need to make a finding. Okay. So, Mr. Nguyen, anything from CNH Industrial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Grillo, anything else from you?
Your Honor, the only thing that I would mention is the declaration that Ms. Bailey submitted, verified under penalty of perjury, that American Ag Credit was in possession of the original note, and that it was.
They got a declaration. They got an affidavit, and you didn't do nothing to rebut the affidavit to prove that they wasn't an original note. See, the difference, not everybody else out there,
you know what they're going to do? Everybody else out there is going to ask these people to produce the original note. The Supreme Elite team, we tell you, you don't have the original note. And if you do have the original note, your original note is invalid. Now clip that.
The holder of that note, number one, and number two, the same Uniform Commercial Code that Mr. Peterson is citing, which is statutory law, not common law.
True.
What? What? What did I just say?
You're rocking with the best.
The same UCC law that he cited is not common law, it's statutory law. What? Oh my gosh, the sovereign citizens are going to have a... Oh my gosh, the sovereign citizens. What's wrong with y'all out here? Sovereign citizens, y'all looking bad. You getting debunked. The Uniform Commercial Code is statutory law that's been adopted with some variations by all 50 states to govern commercial transaction. While based on model acts, it only has the force of law once enacted by state legislatures. Primarily governs the sales of goods and secure transactions. So while y'all sitting saying you under common law, the UCC is under statutory law. So while y'all quoting the UCC, that's statutory law, y'all saying statutory law is non-existent, doesn't have no full force of effect. This is why they are idiots. Y'all don't even know how y'all sound to courts of people that understand the legal stuff. Y'all don't even know what y'all know. Y'all all over the place. Y'all all over the place. Y'all all over the place. They are all over the place. Of course. Y'all all over the place. So look at this. You cite, listen what they do. They cite the UCC, that is statutory law, and they claim that the UCC is common law, but the UCC is statutory law. So by the mere fact, whether they know it or not, by citing the UCC, they're citing statutory law, because the UCC only has full force and effect when it's adopted under each state's legislature. The general UCC DC code, that was just a guideline. That was just a template for every state to adopt. All 50 states have adopted their own version of the UCC. So the UCC that you cite may not have the same wording as the UCC in your state. So you're citing UCC as common law, but you don't even realize you're citing statutory law. The kicker is you sovereign citizens think statutory laws are not applicable. So why are you citing the statutory law? Oh, you don't even know you're citing the statutory law? You thought it's common law because some little group that you was following, they said it was common law, so you just believe it's common law. You never did your research. Well, for you sovereign citizens out there, let's just see. The Uniform Commercial Code is statutory law and has been adopted with some variations by all 50 states to govern commercial transactions. While based on model acts, it only has the force of law once enacted by state legislators. It primarily governs the sale of goods and secure transactions. So the UCC is codified in state statutes, unlike the common law, which is developed through judicial decisions. So even then, y'all think common law is like its own law. Common law, it's only based on the way judges are ruled. Judges will apply common law in certain situations to provide equity. Common law is not a court you can just walk in a common law court. Judges use common law doctrine to grant equity when appropriate, primarily in bankruptcy situations, as one of its broad powers of the bankruptcy courts under Title 11. But they know court. See, you see how much stuff I gotta know? Do you see how much stuff I gotta know? 98% of these gurus don't even have the capacity to study what I've studied. Yo, their heads are spin.
Indicates that there's a presumption that unless the signature is contested, that they have signed the note and that they are bound by the terms of it. And there's been no contestation under the Uniform Commercial Code or otherwise that Mr. Peterson and Ms. Peterson didn't sign that. The note that American Ag Credit maintains, and so therefore the presumption is, as a matter of law, that American Ag Credit has the note signed by the Petersons.
Right there. And this is why the sovereign citizens always want you to produce a note, because they're banking on you won't be able to produce a wet ink signature note. But the question is, when the judge asks them, did you sign the note? They all, I don't understand your question. No, they got to, no. Did you sign a mortgage note with them? Because the only people that will make those arguments is, I ain't never signed no mortgage note with y'all. That's not my signature. Let me see that note. That ain't me. Oh, it's not you? Hell nah. Oh, shit. But sovereign citizens, did you sign that note? Did you go into the finance company, the building, and fill out the application? And this is the part of being a sovereign citizen. You got to play stupid when you know the logical reason. You got to play dumb. You know you signed the note. You know you made payments on the account. You know you took out a line of credit. You know you got to pay that shit back. Why you bringing these arguments up? Oh, Bill kicking your ass, ain't it? Yeah, I know. That motherfucking kicking your ass, ain't it? I know.
And so I think that forecloses any issues that Mr. Peterson raised in his comments.
Mr. Peterson, anything else?
Yeah, that remains in the reverse of what he just said, is wide open. If there remains a note, if it has not been negotiated away by the four banks or whoever they have, then it must be presented. And statutes and codes in the Uniform Commercial Code are actually in place to protect the people from the judges and from the lawyers.
Hold on, but you just said earlier that you're not under statutes, you're under common law as the living, breathing man. You just said you're not under codes. Codes don't govern you. Marbury versus Madison, codes don't govern individual, governs corporations. You see how quick they'll jump off their square? You see they don't stand on none of that shit they do? It's all a tactic to get out of a debt that they don't want to pay or they can't afford to pay. They can't stand on none of the shit that they do or say. This is why they jump from guru to guru, process to process, teacher to teacher, argument from argument. These people are like chickens with their head cut off. They have no foundation. And they think they're going to cite this stuff and win. Look online on social media. Every guru is just telling you how it goes. They're not showing no receipts. They ain't showing no results. I'm not even going to ask them to get a settlement because, to be honest with you, my level of expertise in this, like, this is actually what's kind of like, this is not surprising because I do this on a professional level. This is not surprising. And this is what separates me from the rest. I'm on a upper echelon level with this stuff. Everybody else, these gurus, they're still down here. That's the reality of the situation.
And such, they are not to be applied to the people. Therefore, I can quote those. And also I can demand those of those people, such as Hinkle Law and Folston Law, and as American Ag Credit, and as CNHI, to present those. If they have already negotiated away those notes, then they've already been paid twice, once by me because the notes were my credit from the start.
Wrong. That's another sovereign citizen theory.
And the second time through negotiation. If they cannot prove that they have the original note, then they have no honor and no ability to keep asking for additional payments, Your Honor.
How did they get paid twice? Explain. See, sovereign citizens, they just say what happens. Explain. As soon as you ask a sovereign citizen this is how you know you're dealing with a sovereign citizen. Because most sovereign citizens, they got other sovereign citizens that listen to them. So the ones that listen was like, oh yeah, you're right. But as soon as they come across someone that has a little bit higher level expertise, and you ask them to explain that, break it down, they catch. Oh, you're not listening. You're not. Oh, you do. Oh, no. You just start filibustering. It's the same script like with forensic law last night. The lady, I pull her coattail, and all she cared, you're not listening. It's not about the mortgage. I said, hold on, man. We're in a mortgage setting. So break it down. We're in a mortgage setting. See, it's not about the. I know, but see, what you do is you show that they violated your rights in the case. So basically, you saying is you got to lose to come back and file a Title 42 claim to say they violate your rights. I'm talking about why not use that as a legal defense right then and there. And then she already admitted she went to federal court 8 times in laws. Do you know how many people that go to court, federal courts, multiple times with the same arguments and lose? Sovereign citizens.
All right.
Forensic law, that lady on TikTok, forensic law, she's a sovereign citizen. She has no receipts. She's been lying and scamming them people for a long time. Yeah, I said it, and I said it to her face yesterday, and I can stand on it.
I appreciate everyone's argument today. I will take the matter under advisement and issue a written order, much as I did with the same one. So I will review everything that has been submitted of record, both in written filing and here today, and get a written order just as soon as I can. So again, I thank you all for everyone's time. Anything else we need to address before we adjourn?
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor this any more than I need to, but there was at least one other matter that was set on the court's docket today, and it had to do with the Petersons' motion for jurisdictional challenge and a stay pending their attempted appeal on CNH's motion for summary judgment. And specifically, I had filed on American Ag Credit's behalf a motion for additional time to respond to that motion, which was one of the things that was on the court's docket today. The motion was filed by the Petersons on December 4th, which made under Rule 133B the deadline to file a response. December 11th, we filed a motion for additional time on the 10th, asking until December 19th to submit a response, given the gravity of that motion that the Petersons filed. We went ahead and filed our response. So we set this for hearing since there had been no order granting that extension to make sure that that extension was granted and that our response to the motion for stay and jurisdictional challenge was appropriate.
All right. I have reviewed that motion, and I don't see any reason, and I think there was an objection lodged, but upon reviewing that, I don't think there was any reason that you shouldn't receive the extension. So I will expressly grant the motion for the extension and find that it was timely as filed. So I will take the merits of it into consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I guess it's probably appropriate, since we went ahead and had argument today, just to rule on the merits of the request for the stay, and court's going to summarily deny that and will proceed with the summary judgment motion.
Your Honor, I have one more thing for the court.
Tim Peterson, your motion was just denied. Just like 98% of your sovereign citizen, frivolous, nonsensical filings, they're always going to get denied. 98.9% 60% of your pro se filings are all sovereign citizen based or lack of legal understanding is going to get denied. The other 1.29% of motions who's not going to get thrown out at the beginning stage and is going to survive summary judgment and all that stuff where they don't even attempt, they just want to settle. The other 1.2%, that'll be us.
You're rocking with the best.
That'll be us. We're in that 1.25% of pro se litigants. That's us. That's the new culture empire and the Supreme Elite team. That's us. We're in that stratosphere is with attorneys, which is more of the reason why you need to.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
Hey, man. At least if I'm popping my stuff, at least we got stuff to at least we got stuff to show. At least I'm not just talking, ain't showing up. At least I got evidence to prove. At least y'all give me that credit. I mean, come on now. You can't be mad at me for everything.
Okay.
Timothy and Shelley are here peacefully and non-combatively to accept these charges in case CM 2025-000001 on behalf of the minor state trusts, the all capital Timothy Charles.
Look at Shelley. Do you think like he drug her down through this mud? None of that is going to work. They've been, you know what's so frustrating with me? Because I've seen people like throughout the years, the decades, I read court cases where they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying the same thing, y'all. Y'all don't get that. I'm not saying it to discourage them. When I say, I listened to you ramble for 5 minutes, sir. I guess I shouldn't have said ramble because it's basically saying none of what you said made sense. But I say, sir, I listened to you ramble for 5 minutes and everything you said, they said it 40 years ago. I got 5 court cases I could give you. I don't want to hear no court case. There you go. This is why you'll never win. This is why you'll never win.
Peterson and the all capital Shelley Renee Peterson that are listed as defendants upon case CM 2025-000101.
Yeah, notice why I've never been on Pocket Watching with JT.
And that are unable to speak as they are legal fictions and creation only. Timothy and Shelley speak for these minor state trusts and living souls with living bodies who have accepted through fiduciary acceptance the right to speak for the defendants and accept, present, and settle all matters before the court in case CM 2025-000001 and in all matters. As Hinkle Law and Associates apparently lacking understand the law, Timothy asks that you are addressing.
This is what I mean when I say rambling. It's just It's just, I haven't heard logic pull up in any. They just ramble.
The debtor, a secured party, and secured party creditor, and not as the third party intervener in this matter, the property. We are asking for. We accept all of the bonds that need to be brought before us for the damages that have occurred to us, and we ask for them to be certified. And we asked for them to be claimed by me and held, and then we will turn it over to the court to settle, discharge, or dismiss all charges, and before the matters before the court in honor, Your Honor.
Well,
at least he's been respectful.
I don't know that any of that changes the procedural posture or any of the arguments for the court's consideration.
Procedural posture. Mr. Timothy, do you know what that means? Nope.
So I believe I have what I need. Mr. Grillo, just to confirm, were there any other pending motions before the court that I have failed to take up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I will take this matter under advisement. And
you already know what happened in that case. We don't even have to speculate. They lost their homes. Listen, y'all. You ain't gotta listen to me, but when they come start taking your shits, I don't want to hear y'all crying. Oh, they don't wanna do. They don't wanna hear that shit. All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is.
Empire Talk. Boardroom Aura. New culture. We set order. Thomas in the lobby. Folder thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume. War stories in the fine line. Supreme elate. Circle around the table. Every seated throne. Consumer finance in his bloodstream. Built it from a student loan. He can read a balance sheet like a judge retone. See the trap in every clause before the ink is dried on. They sell dreams on installments. He just audit the spell. Break a predatory scheme down to decimal hell. Securitization flow. Turn a contract to a bond chain. He can trace the money trail backwards in a rainstorm. Same lane. Receipts in a briefcase. Dates, times, bank names. You bring vibes to the courtroom. He bring numbers in case names. Supreme elite. We don't speak. We fire. He got receipts line by line. No smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet. Breathe with these. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we fire. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet, breathe with these. He's seen lenders flip scripts, turn a whip to a shackle. Interest climbing every month to your paycheck battle. But he peeled back price and APR under the mask. See the spread versus the funding, who's skimming off the past. He no charge off, roll rates, lost curves in his sleep. How they package up defaults and sell pain on Wall Street. He cross-check statements with the filings in the forecast. Find a misstep and turn one comma to a court clash. Consumer on the stand, heart racing in the cheap suit. He translate legalese, the plain talk, clean truth. Litigation in his left hand, excel in his right. Tell the judge what the bank did, cell by cell, line by line. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we fire. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we fire. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. They move in the margins, he read in between. They hide it in footnotes, he pull it on screen. From the boroughs to the boardroom, same concrete. Thomas built a whole empire off one word, receipt. He paid vision, JD rhythm in his cadence. Double check the debits, then dismantle all the plaintiffs. Underrated models, he can see where they cheat. Assumptions too rosy on a loss rate sheet. Dockets on the desk, he align them like a chessboard. Case law, cash flows, every step next chord. Supreme elite follow, blueprints not gossip. They talk bag, he talk tax, keep profit. New culture empire, this is financial defense. Teaching credit as a weapon, not a lifelong sentence. From credit acceptance battles to the hallways of appeal. Thomas turned every closed door to a signed, sealed deal. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we fire. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. Supreme elite, we don't speak, we fire. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease.
Running in band, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't glance. You look like you wanna let go of stress. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in this symphony, stuck on a band. What's up? I thought so, okay, yeah. Running in band, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global band. chrome on the rim. Big body slide, whole block look slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last L to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, said, say, let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't sit, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, run it up, running bang, bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hands. She rolling the dice, got luck in advance. She spending that leaf, going global. Ooh, ooh, expand, blue, 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 blue. Shorty too thick, attitude too. Say she want a boss, not a boy in the crew. Stamp my name on the side of her glass. Say she feel safe when I'm hitting the gas. Mama in the crib, fridge stay packed. All them long nights, put food in the stack. Talk about stay down, I really did that. From the floor to the fourth type check. Had nothing but hope in a half tank. Now it's 10 toes down, all gas. No thanks, till they cross that line, that's a bad move. We don't double back, we just improve. Run it up, run it up, running mid range. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hands. She rolling the dice, got looking at van. Smoking that leaf, going global. Expand, blue,